and good afternoon. My name is Derek Stone, and you are watching USA Powerlifting's Colorado State Championships. Thank you so much for joining us. This is session 2 for the afternoon, the final session of the competition this weekend. We've had a great time out here at CrossFit MOB. That is mind over body, by the way, for folks that were asking. Somebody asked me that, and I said, you know what? I'm not really sure, so I'll double check. So we were having a great time out here on, yesterday and today, and we're going to be wrapping up this session here in a couple of hours. We're getting a lot of great lifting in here today. We've seen today already tons of state records and some personal records as well. I expect to see more of that later on in this competition this afternoon. We are just about ready to get started. I was hearing from our head judges and hearing from the announcers and such, saying that folks can no longer change their openers and that we are ready to get started. Looks like that our first competitors' weights are loaded, so I believe we are going to get started here in just about probably a minute or so from right now. So thank you so much for joining us. If you would like to be a part of USA Powerlifting, you can always do that, find out what's going on, how you can help, how you can compete, how you want to volunteer, any of that kind of stuff. You can do that by checking out our website, which is usapowerlifting.com. We do have some information up there, and let's go ahead and get right into it now with our first competitor, and this is Kobe Sinardi, sorry, and if I do mispronounce the names, and I can guarantee you that I will, and you happen to hear, please let me know in the comments, or if you're here watching live, let me know for sure. All right, squat command has been given, down and up. Starting off today at his opener at 125. Great way to start the day off. In this session, we will be concentrating on juniors men's, that's 20 to 23, and open men from 24 to 39 years old. Had a great time with some of the masters men earlier today. It was fantastic to see some state records and tons of personal records. Some folks that really didn't start their powerlifting journey until they were, in their late 70s or 80s. That is always really, really cool to see. Jack Margetts is our next competitor. I do have information on some of our competitors, but it's kind of all over the place. So this first round might be me trying to find out information on some of our lifters. So bear with me. It's Jack's first attempt. He will be attempting 137.5 kilos. Down and up, just like that. Walter Gwynn is up next. Walton Gwynn. He will be attempting 155 kilos. His goal for this meet today, by the way, Walton, is to qualify for nationals. He began powerlifting back at CU Powerlifting, as a matter of fact, in 2021. He's a software engineer studying at CU Denver. Terrific. Well, he's going to be attempting 155 kilos for his first attempt. Squat command given. Down and up. Might have been a tad high, but could be right on that line. You never know. That was a little high from our vantage point here. No lift on that one. Joe Ericat. I'm going to screw that up, so we'll just call him Joe until I hear different. He's up next. He's going to be starting off today at 170. Bar is loaded. For those of you new to powerlifting, when you hear that very specific phrase, bar is loaded, that means that the lifter has 1 minute from the time that is announced to get to the platform and perform the lift. Generally, it is not an issue, but sometimes it can be if you're not paying attention, or, it's just a great way to kind of keep the time going. Good lift for Joe. 3 white lights there. Brandon Jacobson is our next lifter. He will be starting off. His opening weight today will be 170. Squat command given. Down and up. Good looking squat right there from Brandon. See what the judges have to say. One judge says they're a little high on one side, but that's going to work for him. Gunnar Bjork next. 175 kilos will be his starting weight. I just saw some information on Gunnar, and I probably won't find it before he gets to the platform. Anyway, he will be attempting 175 kilos today for his first lift. Bar is on his back, 175 kilos. Squat command given. Down. And rack it. It's a good lift. Brian Standard is our next lifter. I do have some information on Brian. We asked him what it was in his playlist. We need to update our playlist. What should we play? He said he wants to hear some Overkill and some Pantera. I would agree with that. His best squat, by the way, is 435 pounds. He works as a personal trainer for the School Rec Center at Colorado Mesa University. His coach is Parker Johnson. Jellichan. I'm sure I messed that up too. Down and up. Great lift right there. This is his first meet. The most helpful advice is to keep your head down and keep training, is what he says. Nice job. Well, seems to be doing very well. Great first lift for him. Christian Sinskalici. Kristen up next. He will be attempting 185 for his first lift. Bars on his back. Squat command given. Down. Good deep squat right there. And up. Great lift. Judson 4 is next. Judson's top squat is 500 pounds. He's been powerlifting for 2 years. He goes to Colorado School of Mines. Starting off today at 212.5 kilos. .5 kilos. And that one won't count for Judson. Juan Reardon is our next competitor. Juan will be attempting 220 kilos for his first attempt today. Good deep squat right there for Juan. Lift is good. Parker Ayers is our next competitor. He'll be starting his day off with a 230 kilo attempt. A lot of weight to get started with. Some very strong young men in this competition. Really solid powerlifters. Really love to see that. That just means that powerlifting getting more and more popular and more people really putting their best effort into being good powerlifters, and that's really fun to watch. All right, bar is loaded for Parker. Looks like he's might be stuck in the warm-up room. He is on his way. I see a figure running to the platform. That's a good warm-up, right? All right, he made it. Always important to stick close to the platform when you know you're on deck. 230 kilos here for Parker. Good deep squat. Wow. Excellent lift right there for Parker. Great way to start things off today. Elijah Kovac is our next lifter. Elijah starting his squat session today at 242.5. The bar is loaded and ready to go for Elijah Kovac. Elijah's been powerlifting for about 1.5 years. He's a college student studying engineering. He's from Durango, Colorado. He builds water system for remote villages in Africa, supplying clean drinking water to local communities. That's very cool. Played soccer for 15 years growing up, by the way. Multifaceted athlete. In person. Gabriel Katz is our next lifter. He's going to be attempting 245 kilos for his first attempt. Bar is loaded for Gabriel. He'll be attempting 245 kilos. Down. Nope, struggled a little bit there, but fought through it. Lean back on his heels just a bit. See what the judges have to say with there. We didn't get the score there. We're positive people. We're going to assume that he got that one. No lift. Oh, see. So he will have to attempt that weight or higher again. Those of you, again, new to powerlifting, if you do miss a lift or you miss a weight, you cannot go lower on your next attempt. You have to either try that weight again or go heavier, which can be a little tricky sometimes. You can paint yourself in a corner, which always kind of leads to the debate. Do you try to make sure you get a lift that you know you can lift to get a score on the board first, or do you just go into it full force? All right. Jack is up next. His first attempt will be at 265. His goal is to qualify for USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Current best lifts in prep are a 620 squat and a 430 bench. Also a 630 deadlift. Those are pounds, by the way. If those were kilos, he wouldn't be here. He would be, I don't know, saving Metropolis, perhaps. All right. Are we going to let this one time out, Jack? Have we seen Jack? This will be recorded as a no lift as he is timed out. No one seems to have seen Jack, or he was not ready at the time. So we will move on to our next competitor, which would be Kobe. So we are back at the top of the order today. Now, Kobe was successful at 125. He will now be attempting 135. Bars loaded. Good deep squat right there. He's going to fight through this one. 135 kilos on the bar. Good lift. Jack Margetts is next. Bar is loaded for Jack. Good lift for Jack. At least it looked good from this angle. We'll see what the judges have to say. And he got it. Walton is our next competitor. Walton was unsuccessful in his first lift at 155. He is going to forego that weight, though, for his next one and head to 165. Good deep squat there. That looks like a good lift there. Oh, and they're still not going to give that one to him. No, still a little high, they thought. Bar is loaded for Brandon. He was successful at 170. He's now attempting 180 kilos. Walking out. Down and up. Great job. No lift. Judges are tough this afternoon. All right, Gunnar Bjork back now. 175 kilos was his first attempt, and he was successful there. He will now be attempting 185 kilos. His coach is Caden Frisbee, and he trains at Colorado School of Mines. One thing that he loves, he would say that he loves the Volvo 240. He's also a rugby player. He could teach folks about cars, rugby, and cars, and D&D, and reading. There you go. You could use a little education on all those things. Down and up. This one a little higher than his last attempt, but love to see people grind those things out. See what the judges got a good lift for him. Joe is up next. Joe's first lift, successful at 170 kilos. His next lift will be an attempt at 187.5. Good slow descent. Way to blast out of the hole there. Good depth. That looks like a good lift to me, and it was. Great job. Continue on now with Christian Siniskalici. Again, I apologize for getting that wrong if I did. I'm sure that I did. Christian had a great first lift at 185 kilos. Bumping this one up to just 187.5. I don't mean to make that sound dismissive. It's not. 187.5 kilos is a lot of weight. As far as lifting goes, I think that's one of the best things that you can do to really be dialed in, to kind of just know where you're at as in terms of your openers. And an experienced lifter will know where he should start, what is a good second attempt, those types of things. And it's, honestly, that takes a few competitions at times. All right, the bar is loaded for Christian. We are waiting. And that is a no lift. All right, back to Brian Standard for his second attempt of the day. He was successful at 182.5. He will now be attempting 195. Bar is loaded for Brian. Brian's best squat is 435 pounds. So he's in that neighborhood right now. Good deep squat there. Little higher than his last one, but still should be deep enough to count. That looked like a good squat. Good lift. All right. Judson 4 is our next competitor. He attempted 212 kilos, 212.5 kilos last time. Did not get that one, so he will be attempting that weight again. Get himself on the board. His best squat is 500 pounds. Good lift right there for Judson. Juan Reardon is our next competitor. Juan successful in his first attempt. His first attempt was at 220 kilos. This next attempt, 232.5. So a pretty good sized jump here, but he handled that first weight pretty good. So he knows himself well enough to know that was a pretty conservative effort for the first lift. Now he's going to put in the real work here. Squat coming given. Down, good deep squat there. Yeah, really solid lift right there for Juan. Excellent job. Parker Ayers is up next. Bars loaded for Parker. Parker was successful at 230, even though he had to run in at the last second to do that. 240 kilos on the bar for him now. And great job. Good lift. Gabriel Katz is up next. Gabriel, his first attempt was at 245 kilos. He did not get that lift. He will be attempting that same weight now. Lots of very strong young men in this particular division today. Good squat there for Gabriel. See what the judges have to say about that one. Looked good from this vantage point, and good. He's going to get that. Back on track here with a lift of 245 kilos. Elijah Kovac is our next lifter. Elijah successful at 242.5. Now moving it up to 252.5. It's a big lift here. Good deep squat there. A little higher than the last one, but still looked to hit depth to me. Yeah, he got it. Nice job. Jack Bendur is our next competitor. Jack was unsuccessful at 265 kilos. He will now forego that weight, though, and bump it up a little higher to 272.5. This is just under 600 pounds. Might have been a little high there for Jack. Yeah. All right, and we are back at the top of the order then for the bars loaded for Kobe. £303 on the bar for Kobe. He was successful at 125, also successful at 135. He will be attempting 137.5 and not going to get that one today. Just kind of hit a wall. Amazing how just 2 more kilos can really feel like somebody parked a car on the bar there. All right. Jack is up for his final squat of the day. He was successful at 137, also successful at 147.5. He will now be attempting 155. Good deep squat there. Down and up. Great bar speed, good form, really solid lift right there. All right, Walton is our next lifter. Walton unsuccessful in his first two lifts. Not quite low enough, I believe, on his first lift at 155. Same story at 165. He's going to forego those, though, and try to hit the depth and get everything right at 172.5. Good deep squat there. He's got it, though. Good job. All right. Looks like that was the weight that he was trying to end up at today. Looked pretty good. Brandon Jacobson is our next one. His first attempt was successful at 170 kilos. This next attempt was unsuccessful at 180, but he's going to forego that weight and move on up to 185 kilos for his third attempt. Down, struggling through that one, but it looks like he's got it. We'll see what the judges say about the depth. It looked like the depth was there to me. And he's got it. Nice job. Successful lift. All right, Joe has looked good today so far. His first attempt was successful at 170, also successful at 187.5. He's going to be attempting 197.5 here. And rack it. All right, Brian Standard is next. Brian's had a good day so far. Has looked real good, as a matter of fact. Good solid squats at 182.5, also 195. He's attempting 2:02.5 here. Good one. Down and up, just like that. Christian is up next. Christian was successful in his first attempt, which was 185. Was unsuccessful at his second attempt at 187.5. He's going to forgo that weight and just bump it all the way up to 210 kilos for his third and final attempt. Down, good depth right there. He's going to fight through that one. It's a lot of weight there. See what the judges have to say. And they're not going to give that one to him. Judson 4 is next. Failed at his first attempt at 212.5. Got it on his second attempt. Now he's going up to 230 kilos for his third and final. Lift, and that one looks pretty solid to me. Great job. Juan is up next. Juan's had some great squats so far today. He was successful at 220 kilos. He was also successful at 232 kilos. He'll now be attempting 242.5. Bars unracked. He's getting it settled. He's getting everything set. Squat command has been given. Good depth right there. That was a great squat. Well, he has really looked good today. Successful lift at 242.5. Excellent lift, as a matter of fact. You're going to see technique much better than that. Good quick descent. Blasted out of the hole. Parker Ayers is up now. Parker's had some monster squats as well. Excuse me, folks. He was successful at 230, also successful at 240. He's now going to be attempting 250 kilos. Successful at 230, also successful. Deep squat right there. Excellent squat. Look, man, he's looking really good today. So successful at 250 kilos. Great job. I do want to put a A little bit of an apology out there for my voice. It is starting to kind of crack up a little bit. This dry air here in Colorado always gets me, but seems to definitely get to me after a full 12 hours of broadcasting yesterday, as well as around 6 already today. So hopefully we'll make it through most of it, and I won't crack too bad, and you'll at least be able to understand what I'm saying. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll get some hot tea maybe during one of the breaks. That might help me out. All right, back to the business at hand. Gabriel's up now. He was successful in his last attempt at 245. He will now be attempting 255 kilos. Just going to grind this one out. See what the judges say about the depth. Should be all right, though. See where they're at. Nope, not going to give it to him. Looked pretty good for me. But again, I always say this. Look, I am looking at this from a digital screen. I'm about 20 yards away. People in front of me, so I can see one angle at a time. Elijah Kovac is up next. Elijah's had some big lifts so far today. He was successful at 242.5, also successful at 252.5. And he will be attempting 257.5. Definitely had a couple big lifts today so far. Just gonna grind this one out. Is he gonna get it? He's gonna get it. Great job. The only question now with the judges is how did he get to depth? And they're going to say no. Well, that's disheartening. You know, all that effort to stand that weight up, and it isn't going to count. Jack Benduer is our next competitor. Big lift here. Unsuccessful in his first two attempts at 265 and 272.5. He's going to bump this up to 280 kilos. Crowd definitely behind Jack here on this one. Squat command given. Good deep squat right there. We're going to see what the judges have to say about this one. It looked deep enough to me. And they're going to give it to him. Great job. Fantastic. All right, and that is going to do it for our first flight here today. We're going to move on now to our next flight. First lifter there will be Alex Hayes. Don't forget, if you want to be a part of USA Powerlifting, if you'd like to help us out as a volunteer, or you just want to know what's going on with us, you can always find out information about what's going on with USA Powerlifting by checking us out at usapowerlifting.com. You can also check out our Facebook page as well. Probably by the end of the weekend, you will also be able to find rebroadcasts of anything. So if you wanted to see your lifts again, if you are a competitor, or if you just wanted to see the lifts of your friends, you can go check that out later on today. All right, we are moving on now to our second heat here, or flight, whichever you prefer. Alex Hayes is our first competitor here. He's down, up, with his first attempt at 150 kilos. Alex's top squat is 365 pounds, so he is in the neighborhood already for that. His coach is Coach YouTube in Denver, Colorado. Successfully completed a marathon last June. He said, I would not recommend it. I couldn't squat for weeks. Yeah, I think that I wouldn't be able to do a lot after running a marathon. I did a half marathon, and that was miserable. Worst 2 weeks of my life. And I'm talking about just completing the half marathon, not the aftermath. There we go. Great job for Jeremy Green. His first attempt, that was 150 kilos. Jalen Caleb is our next competitor. He will be starting today off at 165 kilos. Bar is loaded for Jalen. Jalen Caleb. Walks that bar out. Wow, that's a deep, deep squat. Almost too deep. Not going to get that one, as a matter of fact. Kind of put himself into a little bit too deep of a hole there. Hopefully he didn't hurt himself on that when that bar twisted. Nick Flowerday is our next competitor. He'll be attempting 165 kilos as well. It can happen sometimes, you know, you're so concentrated on making sure you hit that depth and what's comfortable for you. Sometimes deeper, based on the competitor, sometimes is a little bit more comfortable than just good enough, you know. I've known some folks that really needed to do that when they lifted. But sometimes it can be a little too deep, right? Sean Flowerday's first attempt will be at 165 kilos. Down and up. Pretty solid lift right there. 3 white lights for him. Excellent job. His best squat, by the way, is 452 pounds. So if he was going to put something on a playlist, it would definitely be some Ambulance, or some My Chemical Romance, I'm sorry, and Eminem. Well, there you go. He works in finance for the University of Colorado. Colorado State, I should say. Sorry about that. Just finished his master's degree there. Good to hear. Scott Edwards is our next competitor. Scott's going to be attempting his opener today at 170 kilos. Down and up. What the judges have to say about that one looked good to me. 3 white lights for Scott. Scott's best squat is 180 kilos, so he is in that neighborhood now. Would not be surprised to see him getting a PR later on today. Works out at Denver Barbell Club. His coaches are Connor, Marina, and Meg. He calls them the GOATs. That is the greatest of all time, by the way, folks, if you don't understand what that means. He wasn't actually calling them GOATs. We all know that term now, by now, right? David Young up 170 kilos on the bar. Deep squat there, looked terrific. He's going to get 3 white lights for him. Reese Butler is up next. Reese going to be starting his day off at 170 kilos as well. We are awaiting Reese's arrival. Clock is ticking. We hear the announcer say he is on the clock. There we go. I knew I had some information, Reese, so hopefully he will get to the platform in time. His best squat is 405 pounds. This puts him at 170 right here. Should have his belt on before he gets to the platform. The belt is one thing that you can adjust while you're on the platform. He's been powerlifting for about a year. Got into it after bodybuilding as a hobby for about 14 years. Shout out to his girlfriend Amanda. And he did time out. So he just missed it. Again, it is a rule that is there for a reason. So hopefully he will get an opportunity to test that weight later on. It's important to be close and pay attention. You know, that is part of this competition. Being ready to go. Ready to go with the cards that you are dealt. You know, sometimes you're a little earlier in the heat, sometimes you're a little later. I'm not lecturing, I'm just saying, you know. Tristan Falk is up next with his first attempt today. His first attempt will be at 205 kilos. Now his top squat is 212, so this puts him in a position to really get there. He said if he was going to put a playlist together for us, it'd be Linkin Park, also Knocked Loose, some August Burns Red, and some chili peppers. The red hot chili peppers, I should say. Coach is Weston at Good Lift Performance. Trains at Gym 5 in Boulder. He's ready. Squat command has been given. That's a good solid squat right there. Down and up, just like that. Good lift for Tristan. Mario Gonzalez is our next competitor. Mario's first attempt will be at 205 kilos. Down, up, big squat right there. 205 kilos for Mario. Great job. Preston Lee is our next competitor. Again, ask the same question to Preston if we wanted to add some songs to our playlist. What would they be? He said you should put on some Cheat Code by Black Tiger Sex Machine and El Chapo by Skrillex and The Game. And that's how you can tell that I'm old, because I don't think I've ever heard of Black Tiger Sex Machine. Now his top squat is 500 pounds. He's at 212.5 right now, in the neighborhood for sure. Great squat, as a matter of fact. That looked fantastic. Up and down, just like that. Started powerlifting in 2017. His coach is Brandon Dudley, and he trains at his home gym in Lakewood. Fantastic. John Morrill is our next competitor. John's first attempt, his opening lift of the day, will be at 215 kilos. He's been powerlifting for 6 years, and he got into it because he wanted to better himself. He goes to school at CU Denver. Wants to give a shout out to his friends and family. He is self-coached. He ran track, he ran the hurdles, and pole vaulted, as a matter of fact. And he said he was a well-rounded athlete before he got into powerlifting. Starting off with a solid weight here at 215 kilos. Down and up. Great lift. Excellent job. Jihoon Choi is our next competitor. Now his first attempt, we do have two of them listed there, but his first attempt will be at 230 pounds, 230 kilos. Already thinking about the future. Has a plan there. Those plans can change. He does have time to change that next lift if things don't go right for him here. All right. Bar is loaded. And we are just going to let the time expire here. I'll take this time as a quick reminder to go check out our website at usapowerlifting.com. You can find out everything going on with us, find out where some events will be. Also, if you feel like volunteering, where you can do that as well and how you can do that. So, yeah, go check that out. Learn more about some upcoming events like the Reign of Iron coming up at the end of March. Also, the Steel City Classic coming up in April. And, of course, a big one that I'm looking forward to, the Branch Warren Classic in May. So go check that out on our website right now or later on. I mean, that's the thing about the web, right? It's always there. You can go find it. So thank you so much for joining us. All right, we move on now to Noah Foreman. Noah's first attempt today will be at 240 kilos. Noah's top squat is 252.5 kilos, so he is in the neighborhood right here. He's in physical therapy school at the University of Colorado. Wants to give a shout out to his best friend George. His brother is his coach, and that's a good lift. See what the judges say about that one. Yeah, they shouldn't say too much. Interesting, he played collegiate tennis at Colorado College before taking up powerlifting. Not a path that you normally see. That's true. Tennis, very demanding sport, though. Some of the best and strongest legs I've ever seen on athletes are tennis players, for sure. So that part actually translates pretty well to squatting and leg strength. Our next competitor, Alex Hayes, he will be taking his second attempt here. Alex successful at 150 kilos, going to be moving up to 160 kilos now. His top squat is 365 pounds. He started powerlifting in 2019 after losing about 50 pounds of fat in 2 months during some jaw surgery. Powerlifting is the best way, he says, to gain muscle and get generally healthy from scratch. Well, I would agree with that. It's great. Jeremy Green is our next competitor. Jeremy was successful at 160 kilos. He would add Rob Zombie to our playlist, also some Jimmy Eat World and the Glitch Mob. His top squat is 170, so if this one counts, then he is just 10 kilos under his top squat, and they're not going to give him to him. It's a little high on that one, but he is in the neighborhood. He doesn't have a coach. He trains at home in Monument, Colorado. He does have a degree in math, and yes, he actually uses it, he says. All right, Jalen Khalib is our next competitor. If you remember, Jalen's first attempt, kind of scary. Went real deep and kind of got stuck in that hole and was leaning forward. But so here's hoping he gets back on the right track here. He will be attempting 165 kilos again. Deep, not nearly as deep as last time, and he's going to get this one. Still very deep squat for Jalen. They're not going to give it to him. I don't know, folks, from this angle, it looked like he got it. But again, I always reiterate this, and I am not ever one to really second guess judges because they see things from different angles that I don't see. But that one looked deep enough to me. Reese Butler up now. Reese timed out on his last lift. So he got a no lift at 170 kilos. Now he will actually get an opportunity to try this lift. He works for software engineering. Went to school at Texas State University and the University of Colorado, Denver. Let's see if we can get a good squat out of Reese here. And that's a good one for sure. Down and up. Great job. Really solid lift at 170 kilos. He said, if you give some advice to somebody for their first time competing, what would you do? He said, bring some baby powder. Some good advice there. That's very practical. Sean Flowerday is our next competitor. Sean looked really good in his first attempt at 165. He is now going to be attempting 175. 175 kilos. His top squat is 452. So he is well underneath that. But still, solid lift here. He is competing at a lower weight than he has in the past. His top weights were at 67.5 kilos. He is coming in this meet at just barely 60 kilos. So still a successful lift for him. Scott Edwards up next. Scott successful at 170. Attempting 180 here. That looks like a good squat right there. And good. He's got it. Bar is loaded for David Young. David's first attempt, he was successful. At 170. He will now be attempting 182.5. Deep squat there. Good lift. Mario Gonzalez had a big lift to start at 205. Looked real good. He'll be moving up now to 212.5. See him walk it out. He's got 212.5. Good depth there and a good solid squat. The judges are going to say a little high. Tristan Falk is our next competitor. Tristan successful at 205. Now we'll be attempting 217.5. Might have been a little higher than his last attempt, but still might be low enough. And they're going to give it to him. Tristan's best squat is 212. So he will get that PR today. Good for him. He was a state champion sprinter in high school, by the way. Pretty cool. Preston Lee is our next competitor. Preston successful at 212.5. Now he will be attempting 227.5. Good depth there. Great squat. Really solid. His best squat is 500 pounds. He's knocking on that door today for sure. Good lift at 227.5. It's just to err on the side of conservative numbers to put the numbers on the board and have a good time would be his advice to new lifters today. John Morrill has had a couple big lifts. Had a big lift, I should say, earlier. His next attempt will be at 227.5. His goal is to qualify for nationals. He goes to school at CU Denver. He's been powerlifting for 6 years. He's not quite going to get that one. Going to try to grind it out, but just not there. Not in the cards today. Ji-Hoon Choi is our next competitor. He failed at 230. He's going to move up to 245 kilos. Bar is loaded for Ji-Hoon. Walks it out. Good depth there. Maybe a little higher than his last lift, and they didn't give him that one. We'll see where we're at here. I don't know. It looked good to me from this angle. We'll see what the judges have to say about that one. And we are not going to get to find out. Doesn't sound like they gave him that one. Noah Foreman is our next competitor. Noah successful at 240 kilos. He will now be attempting 252.5. It's a big lift right here. £555 there for Noah Foreman. Great lift. Jeremy Green is our next competitor. Bars loaded for Jeremy Green. Jeremy was successful at 150, failed at 160, so he'll be attempting 160 again. Good depth there. He's not going to get this one, though. Started twisting. Weight was going up on one side, but not the other. Jalen Khalib, sorry. Jalen Khalib is next. He has failed at this weight at 165 twice so far. See if he can get to depth on this one. Although I feel like the last one, he was real close there. That's plenty depth right there. Now he'll definitely get this one, and he waits for that rack command. Good. Walked through everything, and they still didn't give him that one. Did he squat before the squat command was given? No, that doesn't generally. I don't know. That's a mystery on that one, folks. Alex Hayes is up next for our third and final attempt for this flight. We do have one more flight to go. Alex Hayes here. His third and final attempt in the squat today. He was successful at 150, also successful at 160. This one's a little high, a little higher than his last two attempts. We'll see if that will cost him, but I do admire him grinding that one out. Yeah, they're not going to give that one to him. Sean Flowerday is our next competitor. He was successful at 165, also successful at 175. He will now be attempting 185 kilos. Good depth right there. He's going to grind his way through this one, blast it. Nice job. Great lift for Sean Flowerday. Excellent job. Perfect so far today. Reese Butler is our next competitor. He was unsuccessful at 170 for his first go-round. Let that one time out, I believe. Was successful, though, at 170 on his last attempt. He will now be moving that one up to 185 kilos. Set. Good deep squat there. Nice pause there. And a great squat there for Reese Butler. That one looked really solid. And he's going to get that one for sure. 185 kilos for him. Folks, I need to take a small break here. I'm not going to break the feed. We do have to kind of, I won't have any audio for just a few minutes or so, but I will keep the video going on this angle right here. You'll still see the all the graphics and everything, but it'll be just a few minutes without audio, but the feed will still remain strong. All right, and we are back with the audio. What did I miss, huh? Sound like I missed a few things. Should be good now, though. Thanks, folks, for your patience. I appreciate it. Mario Gonzalez is up next. Mario was successful in his first attempt, which was 205 kilos. Unsuccessful in his last attempt, which is 112.5. He'll be attempting that again, 112.5. Good lift right there. 212.5 for Mario Gonzalez. Whoa! Good catch right there by one of our spotters. Almost had an accident there. We caught it almost live. Tristan Falk up now. His third and final attempt. He'll be attempting 227 kilos. Walks it out. He'll be attempting 227.5. Down and good lift. Back to John Morrill now. John was successful at 215. Unsuccessful at 227.5 in his last attempt. So he will be trying that again for his third and final squat of the day. Good lift there. Not going to get that one today, though. Great effort. Good depth. Went down just like he did on his other lifts. Looked good. Not quite there today. Bar is loaded for Preston. Walks it out. Down. Good depth right there for Preston. He grinded that one out for sure. Great lift. All right. Jihoon Choi is our next competitor. Jihoon struggled a little bit today. Failed at 230. Also did not get 245. He will now be attempting 245 again. Down. Good lift. See what the judges have to say about that one. And they got it. Great job. Solid lift right there. All right. Noah Foreman, our next competitor. Noah's had a good day so far. He was successful at 240, also successful at 252.5, moving it up to 260 kilos for his final attempt. Walks it out. Squats down. Good lift. And just a question of the depth on that one. Looked great to me, and the judges are going to agree. Solid competition here today. Folks really working hard. Really putting in the effort, really grinding out some of those tougher reps for sure. So that's what you like to see, powerlifting competitions. All right, back again at 165 kilos. Hope he gets this one today. Good. And he got it. Very good. All right, that one has been tough on him today. He's had some struggles with that one. Finally, on the board, 165 kilos. All right, and we are now into our third and final flight here for squats for these folks. Andrew Trujillo is our first lifter today in the third flight, or flight C, whichever you want to call it. If you want to call it the third flight, or you want to call it flight C, or you want to call it heat. And you can do that too. I suppose there's some technical terms for all, right? Andrew Trujillo now going to be attempting 162.5 kilos for his first attempt today. Walks it out. Deep squat right there for Andrew. And he's got it. Good lift. Reese Hubbard is our next competitor. Bars loaded for Reese. He will be attempting 170 kilos for his first attempt today. Down and up. Pretty simple. Good form right there for Reese. Jesse Swan is our next competitor. Jesse asked, again, what would we put on our playlist? He said Slaughter to Prevail, Baba Yaga. It's a good one, I guess. All right. Ray Volp's See You Drop. All right, so he's going to be starting today off at 172.5. Now, Jesse's best squat in competition is 177.5, so this puts him in a good position to get a PR next lift. And if he makes it that easy, I mean, that was a great lift for Jesse Swan. He's an analytical chemist for Allegiant Technologies. His coach is Daniel Cardona. He's in a commercial gym called Grinder out of Longmont. Before powerlifting, he was a baseball player, a pretty good one, he said. He played 4 years of college baseball. All right, very cool. Mohammed Nassef is next. He's going to start with 195 kilos. His current best squat is 212 kilos. So he is in the neighborhood right now to get a PR. That's a really solid squat, looked really good. He's going to be graduating with a degree in exercise science this May, currently doing an internship at West Metro Flyer. That's my neighborhood, West Metro. Hopefully, I will see you here and not at my house or anything. Wants to give a shout out to his brother Hisham and his coach Sam Johnson. Trains at Muscle and Mindset in Denver. Steven Soto is our next competitor. Steven's got 200 kilos on the bar for his first attempt. Not quite there for Steven. Our next lifter will be Ian Gaxiola, I believe is how you say that. Again, if I am fumbling names and somebody has a correction, please let me know. 202.5 kilos for his first attempt today. Ian's best squat is 475 pounds. Now he is at 202.5 kilos in the neighborhood there. He is a data analyst. He works out at Rocky Mountain Flex Fitness in Denver, Colorado. That's a good depth in the squat. Nice solid squat. He's also part of the Joey Ho is his coach in the Ho training systems. Jackson Smith is our next competitor. Bars loaded. Great job. Down command given. And good squat right there for Jackson Smith. 3 white lights for him. Excellent job. Nick Culverson is our next competitor. Nick is going to be attempting 210 kilos. Bar is loaded for Nick. Bar is loaded for Nick. His top squat is 240 kilos. He's at 210 right here. So puts him in a pretty good neighborhood right here. And that was pretty simple. So down and up for Nick. Simple for me because I didn't have to lift it, but he's been powerlifting since 2019. He is a tax director and a CPA. Joseph Kopecki is our next lifter. His top squat is 235 kilos. He's going to start his day off at 222.5. He's been powerlifting now for about 8 years, and he's the owner of the gym in his home, because the owner of the gym in his hometown convinced him to do a local push-pull meet, and he fell in love with strength. And over the years, he's really fallen in love with the process. He works for an international gym equipment provider local to Denver called Rep Fitness. You know the folks at Rep Fitness? Great folks out there. Good depth right there for Joseph. Good rep. Good lift. Armando Apayo White is our next competitor. He will also be tying 222.5 kilos. Goes by Mando. His top squat right now is 235 kilos. He's starting at 222.5, so he could definitely get a PR here today, depending on how well this one goes. These are all gym PRs, he says, not competition PRs, but I don't know. That looked pretty good. He's always been a strength lifter, but didn't really start getting into powerlifting, he says, about 2 years ago. Decided to join the Denver Barbell Club last year to take powerlifting a little bit more seriously and wanted to compete one day, and now here he is. Yeah, and off to a great start, by the way. Samuel Johnson is our next competitor. He's also starting at 222.5. Good depth there. Down and up. Very smooth. Smooth form right there for Samuel Johnson. One of the judges maybe thought he was a little high, but still going to count. Krill Stepanchek is here. Now, I've seen Krill a few times. He's always been an impressive lifter. He will be starting his day off at 235 kilos. Bar is loaded for Krill. Good solid stance here. Down, up. Made that one look pretty easy. 235 kilos. 5 white lights there for him. Great way to get started in the day. Troy Frisecco is our next competitor. Troy will be starting his day at 240 kilos. Troy's got that bar loaded on his back, 240 kilos for his first attempt here today. Down, knees coming in a little bit, forces him out, gets back up there. Nice job. Good lift right there. Let's see if the judges say on depth, and they're going to not give it to him. A little high. Jordan Weber is our next competitor. Jordan starting off with a big lift. 252.5. Jordan realizing it's a lot of weight. Better be very nice to my spotters here today. It's always good form for that. 252 kilo, 252.5 kilos on the bar for your first attempt. Squat command given. Nice, solid squat. It's a guy that's used to some heavy weight on his back for sure. Great lift. Paul McGinnis is our next competitor. Paul going to be starting his day at 260 kilos. First lift of the day for Paul at 260 kilos. We've seen Paul lift some big weights here before. Obviously, if this is where he's starting, we're going to see some big weights from him again today. Walks out. All set. Start command has been given. Down, lots of depth there. Looked real solid. Good lift for Paul McGinnis. 260 kilos to start today. All right, we are back at the top of the order now to Andrew Trujillo. Andrew successful at 162.5. Now is going to be attempting 172.5. Bar is loaded for Andrew. Down. Great depth for Andrew. Excellent lift right there. Very solid. Good lift. Reese Hubbard is up next. Started today at 170. Going to be bumping that up to 185 kilos. Pretty big jump there, 15 kilo jump. But he was very successful in that first lift. I mean, it looked real good. Looked to me like he was kind of playing it safe, which is smart, you know? Smart strategy for sure. Good depth there. Up and down, just like that. Good lift for Reese Hubbard. Big jump there. Paid off for sure. Still looked pretty easy. Looking forward to seeing what he will do in his next attempt, if he will jump up another 15. Looked like he had it in him for sure. Jesse Swan, our next competitor. Jesse bumping up substantially as well. Started off at 172.5, got that. Bumped this up to 190. Down and lift. Good lift. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Derek Stone. I am your host, and we are out here at CrossFit MOB. That is mind over body, and I say that because somebody asked me about that. What is MOB for? Well, that's what it means. So thank you so much to the folks out here at CrossFit Mob. They have been fantastic, just as like they always have been. So thank you so much to them for, again, hosting this great competition here, or at least letting us host it here, and for all the help of all of our volunteers here today as well. Really, this competition has been moving very smooth. Was very smooth yesterday. Also been very smooth today as well. So Steven Soto, his second attempt here, he failed at 200 in his opener, but he was bumping that up to 205 here. Might have been a little high on that one as well. We'll see what the judges have to say. Nope, they're going to give that one to him. Terrific. Good to see him back on track here. Muhammad is next in with his second attempt. Bumping this one up pretty high as well. He bumped up from 195, which he was successful in his first lift, to 210 kilos. Bar is loaded for Muhammad. Good depth there. See what the judges have to say. Good lift. So a successful lift at 210 kilos. Ian is our next competitor. Now Ian successful at 202.5. He's going to be bumping this one up to 215. Bar looks good. Squat command has been given. He's down and up. Nice job. The judges have to say, looked pretty good from this vantage point, and they're going to give that one to him. Great job. Good lift. Nick Culberson is our next competitor. Nick is going to attempt 220 kilos. He was successful at 210. Down. Great form right there for Nick. Big squat right there. Terrific depth, good speed. Successful at 220 kilos. Jackson Smith up next. Jackson successful at 205. Going to be attempting 220. Good lift. Mondo is up next. Mondo's first attempt was 222.5, was successful there. He will now be attempting 230.25. Attempting 232.5 here. Good depth, great lift. Terrific. Joseph Kopechny is up next. Joseph's first attempt was at 222.5 and was successful there. He will now be attempting 235. Had a good lift last time. It was great, slow and controlled. Walks it out. Squat command has been given. Good depth right there. Blasts out of that hole. Nice job. Good lift for Joseph. did get one red light there, but a successful lift at 235 kilos from Joseph. Next up, also attempting 235, is Samuel Johnson. Sam successful at 222.5. Going to be attempting 235 here. Good depth. He's going to squat that one. Great squat. Still going to get one red light there from one judge. See what he's there, giving him the correction right there. But looked good. Troy Forseco is our next competitor. Now Troy, not quite to depth on his first attempt at 240. He's going to be attempting that here now. And again, for those of you new to powerlifting or maybe aren't familiar with this, if you do fail at a weight, you cannot go lower than that weight. You have to at least attempt that weight or higher for your next attempt. So can sometimes paint you into a corner. That one looked pretty good. A little deeper than the last one. I don't know if that's going to be deep enough for the judges, but certainly deeper than the last one, and they're still not going to give that to him. So close. Creel Stepanchuk is our next competitor. Creel's, like I mentioned earlier, has been very impressive here in many of the competitions we've seen him in. Solid lift to start the competition at 235, bumping this one up to 247.5. Good deep squat, fast, down and up very quickly. Jordan Weber is our next competitor. Jordan started the day off at 252.5, was successful at 262.5. Jordan's first squat looked real good. Whoa. Oh, he is out, folks. Let's let that bar drop. Great job by our spotters. Somebody check on Jordan Weber. They got him there. Great job by our spotters there to keep him safe, to keep everybody safe there. Gonna check out Jordan Weber. Again, great job by our spotters. We will check on him, see how he is. Paul McGinnis is our next competitor. He was successful at 260 kilos. He will be attempting 280 kilos here. Paul McGinnis will be attempting 280 kilos. Great depth there for Paul. And we are back at the top of the order now for Andrew Trujillo, his third and final squat of the day. Andrew was successful at 162.5, also successful at 172.5. He's having a good day. He's going to be attempting 182.5. Good depth for Andrew. He's going to fight through, not quite there. Thought he was going to get that one. Went down just like all the rest of his lifts. His first two lifts today looked real good. Just wasn't able to blast out of that. Got to a certain point, and that's a frustrating thing. Is it looks like things are going well, and you get to a certain point in a lift, and it's just not going anywhere. Very frustrating. Good lift there. See what the judges have to say about that one. That's what they should be saying. That was a great lift. Good lift for Jesse so far. Down and up, great depth. His third and final attempt, 205 kilos. Great lift. Stevens Shoto, is up next. Failed at his first attempt at 200, successful at 205. Now attempting 212.5. Squat command has been given. Good depth there. Little twist in the hip, but overall solid depth and great squat. I think that twist sort of made it look like he was a little high. That can happen for sure. Muhammad is our next lifter. Muhammad was successful at 195, also successful at 210. He will now be attempting 220 kilos. Good depth. Great lift right there. Excellent job, excellent. Ian's our next lifter now. Ian's had a good day so far. Successful lift at 202.5, also successful at 215. We'll be attempting 222.5 here. Good depth there. Another good squat from Ian. See what the judges have to say about that one. 3 white lights for him. Great job. Good lift. All right, Nick Culberson is our next lifter. Nick's had some good lifts so far today. Started off at 210, then hit 220. He's going to try to finish his day at 227.5. He's down. That's some great depth right there. He's going to struggle with this one. Just about had it, not quite there. Still a good day so far for Nick. Jackson Smith is our next competitor. Jackson really solid at 205. Really solid at 220. Going to be bumping this one up all the way up to 235. Bar is loaded for Jackson. He's got it. He's going to fight through this one. I'll tell you what, folks, if you've never done a powerlifting competition and when you're struggling and you start hearing that crowd cheer for you, something happens. You know, it just sort of gets into you and gives you that little extra boost sometimes. It can be the thing that can really get you over the top there. All right, well, Troy is up next. Troy has had some struggles today with depth. He's failed at 240 twice today. Here's hoping that he can finally get this thing figured out. Under the bar. Down a little bit lower this time. We'll see if that judges are going to give him that one. And still not quite there. All right, so it's been a tough day for Troy so far. Hopefully he can rebound in the bench and deadlift. Joseph is up next. Joseph's had a good day so far. Successful at 222, also successful at 235. He'll now be attempting 242.5. He's going to grind this one out, and he's got it. Great job. Check on the depth here for this one, but I think that's a good one. That's a great lift. Good lift for Joseph. Bar is loaded for Samuel. He was successful today at 222.5, also successful at 235. Now he will be attempting 245. Not quite there today. Great job of the spotters again. Mondo is up now. He'll be attempting 250 kilos. He was successful at 222.5, also successful at 232.5. Great lifts. I'm not going to give him the depth on that one, I think. I think that was the knock there. All right, Krill Stepanchuk is our next competitor. Krill's had a good day so far, some good solid lifts. He started off his day at 235. He has then went on to 247.5. Now it's going to be attempting 257.5. It's a big lift here. Down. He's going to get this one. He's going to grind it out. Almost went a little too fast there. It seemed like he kind of lost his balance for a second. Something. Great lift, though. Good day so far for Krill Stepanchuk. Great day. Moving on now to our next competitor. It's another big lift. Jordan Weber was successful in his opener at 252.5. Was unsuccessful in his last attempt at 262.5. So he will be attempting that weight here. Grind it out. Great lift from Jordan Weber. Still not going to get credit for that one. Looked low enough to me. Paul McGinnis is up next. Paul's first attempt today was at 260. Successful there. Also successful at 280. He will now be bumping this up to 290 kilos. Paul McGinnis with a big lift attempt here. Good lift. Excellent, excellent lift. 290 kilos there, folks. That is just about 640 pounds. All right, folks, so that is going to do it for the squat portion today. Let me go ahead and move on now to bench. We're going to take about a 10-minute break or so. So make sure you hang out, go get yourself a snack, say hi to your friends and family, and know that you got to come back here for the bench, which will be starting here in just about 10 minutes from right now. right, and we are back. My name is Derek Stone. I'm your host for USA Powerlifting, the Colorado State Championships. We are now moving on to the bench press competition. It has some great squats in there, some big squats, some big moments as well. So we are all set now for Kobe, and he is going to be starting off our bench today at 75 kilos. Down and press and rack. Now, for those of you new to powerlifting, or those that just need a gentle reminder, bench press probably the most technical, or I should say at least the most rules to follow. That's probably the better way to put it, because there are more commands. So just like we just saw, you're able to unrack the weight. You wait for the start command from the judge. Then once it hits the chest, has to stop and pause on the chest. Then a press command is given. Then a rack command is given. So a lot more things can kind of go wrong there, or ways for things to not work out well for you. Sometimes you get a little rushed through things, that kind of thing. So some more things to consider with the bench as opposed to, say, the deadlift, when really there's just the down command and that's it. All right, we are now for the first attempt for Jack Margetts at 95 kilos, and he's got it. Good lift for Jack. Nope. I think he rushed. I think he did rush the rack command. Are some things technically that can go wrong with the bench as well. You can have some equipment issues. Maybe you hit your belt or things like that. That's rare, but those things can happen. All right, we move on now to our next competitor, which will be Walton Gwynn. Walton had some pretty good squats earlier today. The bar is loaded for him. He will be attempting 107.5. Press command given and rack it. Started competing at CU Powerlifting back in 2021. He wants to qualify for nationals with this meet. So far, he's having a real good day. Joe Iroquois is our next competitor. Joe going to be attempting 115 kilos. Bar is loaded for Joe. Press command given and rack command. Good lift right there. Nice controlled up and down. Great lift right there. Good lift for Joe. Judson 4 is here now. His first attempt will be 120 kilos. Press command has been given. Good press right there. And rack it. Good lift. Great job. 3 white lights for him. Good solid lift. Gabriel Katz is next.
Is our designated hand-off personnel. A lot of these lifters are very, very particular about how they like to be handed the bar. Others just like to take it out of the bar themselves. Bar is loaded for Gabriel. Christian's on deck, watching the whole bar.
Gabriel Katz's first attempt today will be at 120 kilos. Had some pretty solid squats earlier today. Had some great lifts from lots of competitors all day today. It's been a good day. Press command given and racket.
Looks like a good lift for Gabriel. Judges say so too. Christian is
Successful at 120 kilos.
once on deck, watching the whole first 4 rounds.
Christian up now with his first attempt. Christian's had some good lifts as well today. He will be attempting 125 kilos.
All right, Christian, bar is loaded. Let's go get it.
Bar is loaded.
Let's make sure to get that in the back out of the view of the public, please.
Check out the setup here. The bar is unracked. Feet are set finally. Press command given. Saw that bar travel a little bit north. Still able to press it out. See what the judges have to say. They're going to give him credit for that. They should. Good lift. Juan Reardon is our next competitor. Juan going to be attempting 130 kilos.
For those of you who don't know or unfamiliar, a lot of these lifters like to bench with our rack. Again, that is something that is totally legal as long as their shoulders and the buttocks stay in contact with the bench. Bar is loaded for one.
Bar is loaded. Juan making his way to the platform. Juan had some really solid squats earlier today. Hopefully this will continue the bench press and then on to the deadlift as well. 130 kilos is what's facing him right now. Down command given. Press command and racket. Lift is good. Great job. Gunnar Bjortsen is up next. He will be attempting 132.5 kilos. Gunnar says he can teach folks about Dungeons and Dragons, cars, and also help you read. His coach is Caden Frisbee, and he trains at Colorado School of Mines. Big Metallica fan as well. That's a good press up. He's going to lose that one. You saw it just kind of moving just a little bit. So he will not get that one. He will have to then start at that weight for his next lift or go heavier. Sometimes that can really paint you into a corner. I've mentioned this a couple times today. It does happen every so often. Hopefully he can adjust. Parker Ayers is our next competitor. He will be giving 137.5 his first attempt here today. Bar's loaded for him. Parker had some big squats earlier today. Press command given and racket. Great lift for Parker Ayers. Continuing now with our next competitor will be Brandon Jacobson. Sorry. A little bit of a glare in here, and my eyes aren't great anyway, so I do apologize. He'll be attempting 142.5 kilos today. He's had some good squats earlier today. And racket. Solid lift right there from Brandon. See what the judges are going to say about that. They're going to... Brian Standers is next with his attempt at 142.5. Good lift right there. Brian had a good squat session earlier today. Good lift for him at 142.5 kilos. There we go. Elijah Kovac up now. Elijah had some big squats earlier today. He's going to start off with 147.5 kilos in the bench tonight. Some big lifts earlier today in the squat. Expect to see some big benches today and some big deadlifts as well. It's a strong men in this second session for the day today. Expect to see a couple state records, lots of personal records as well today. Kind of had that vibe. Good lift right there from Elijah. Middle judge didn't agree with that, but two white lights. It's going to be a good lift. Jack Bender is next. Bender. His first attempt today in the bench press will be at 182.5 kilos. All right, bar is loaded. Watch Jack as he makes his way in. Press command given, racket. Solid lift right there for Jack. He's successful. Good lifts. We are back at the top of the order now with Kobe. Kobe was successful at his first attempt, which was 75 kilos. Now going to be attempting 80 kilos. Had some good squats earlier
Take an
today.
attempt, make sure he gets a good solid attempt here. Thank you, spotters and loaders, for making sure we get everything ready to go. Arms loaded for Kobe.
Bars unracked. Start command given. Racket, lifted, racket. Good. Solid lift there for Kobe. See what the judges say. And there we go. There's the score. 3 white lights for Kobe. He's had a really good day today. I don't think he has missed a lift. Jack Margetts is next. Jack did not get 95 on his first attempt. He will be attempting that now. No lift.
So we should be seeing red lines with a yellow card, indicating a failure due to not listening to the rack command. Excuse me, instruction.
Walton is our next competitor. He will be attempting 115 kilos. He was successful at 107.5.
That's what those pinksters have been taking those laminated cartons for. Bars unloaded for Walton.
And we are all set here for Walton. 115 kilos.
For our opener. 7.5 kilo jump. That's a pretty standard jump that you'll see in a lot of lifters. That was a pretty solid 1-second attempt. And the lift is good.
Good lift for Walton. As he continues, I don't think I've seen. No, I think he did miss one squat. But overall, having a real good day today. Joe Ericott is our next competitor. Joe looks pretty good in the squat and has also done well in the bench today in his first attempt. Was successful at 115. He's now going to be attempting 120 kilos. Good lift, and he's trying to grind through that. See what the judges have to say. Good lift. Nice job. I like to see that. Like I said, sometimes it shouldn't always be so easy, right, folks? You got to work for it a little bit.
The next lifter up is not Chloe Montello. It is not a new weight for him at all. 122.5 kilos goes on the bar.
Troy has had a little bit of trouble with the depth earlier today in that squat. We're just going to let this one sit. Where are we with Troy?
Holding. There we go.
All right, we're going to move on now from Troy to Gabriel Katz. Gabriel was successful at 120 kilos. Now attempting 122.5. Press command given. Struggling a little bit there, but I think he's going to get this one. Nope, not. Nope, they're going to take it from him. Yeah. Almost had it. Was really fighting it. Like to see that. Bars load for Judson. He was successful at 120. Now he's going to be attempting 125. Nice lift right there for Judson. Successful at 125 kilos. Bars loaded for Christian. He was successful earlier today in his first lift in the bench at 125 kilos. Now going to be attempting 130. Feet are set. Start command has been given. Press command, nope, and that one is going to be struggling. He's not going to get this one today. So he will have to start at 130 next time or go a little heavier. Tell right from the start the setup there wasn't great. First movement when he tried to press that off his chest went north instead of going straight up. Those things happen sometimes. Bar is loaded for Juan. Juan was successful in his first attempt at 130 kilos. Now going to be attempting 137. Good lift right there for Juan. Juan has had a real good day today. Hit everything that he's attempted and looked good doing it. Solid form. Really has been really kind of on point with where he needs to be today. Has worked out really well. Parker Ayers is our next competitor. Parker solid at 137.5 for the first attempt. Press command given, and rack it. Nice job. Brian Standard is our next competitor. Bar is loaded for Brian. He was successful at 142.5. Now going to be attempting 147.5. Good press here, and he's going to get this one. No movement. That's a great lift right there for Brian. Still one judge didn't agree, but that is a good lift. Brandon Jacobson is up next. He's been successful today, has had some good squats. Also a good first bench press attempt at 142.5 kilos. Bumping it all the way up to 155. Not something you don't see bigger jumps usually in the bench, but he's going to step off away from the platform. Bar is now loaded. We had some issues just making sure the load is correct. All right, now we see Brandon coming back into the picture. All right, start command given. Press command. He's going to struggle through this. Almost started to turn the corner on it. Not quite there, though. Not going to get that one, so he will fail at that attempt. And we'll give that a try on his next round. Perhaps, or perhaps he will go even heavier. All right, Jack Indoor is next. Jack's first attempt today in the bench was at 182.5. He's now going to be attempting 190. Bar is loaded for Jack. He's had some good lifts in the squat today as well. Good lift for Jack. He's successful at 190. All right, we are back at the top of the order for the first flight here today.
Kobe is our next lifter up. Jack is on deck. Walton's in the hole, and Joe Airpod is 4 out.
Third bench attempt for Kobe today. Successful at 75, successful at 80, and looks to be successful at 85 kilos today. Nice job. Bar is loaded for Jack. Jack struggled today in the bench. He has attempted 95 pounds 3 times today. Has not got, or 2 times today. Has not got it 2 times. This is his third attempt at 95 kilos. And there we go. Finally breaking through on that one. Ending in bench on a positive note. All right, Walter in now with his third attempt. He'll be attempting 120 kilos. Walton was successful at 107.5, successful at 115, but not going to get 120 today. Joe Eric is our next competitor. His first attempt was at 115, second at 120, successful at both of those, and will now be attempting 125. Bar is loaded for Joe. He's had some good lifts today. See if he can continue it here with 125 kilos. It's going to slow them. Not quite there. Could not quite get that one locked out. All right, Christian is our next lifter. Christian successful at 125, unsuccessful at 130, and will now attempt 130 again. pumped up. Give him that for sure.
Christian's up next. Judson's on deck. Watching the hole. Ryan is 4 out.
Bar down. Press command given. Yep, and you see that one moving. Not going to get it. You see it moving north towards the head. Not going to usually be able to correct that. So overall, still a pretty solid day. Judson 4 is our next competitor. Bars loaded for Judson. Successful on the bench today at 120. Also successful at 125. Bumping it up to 132.5. All right. Down command given. Press command has been given. Not quite there today. Nice job by our spotters today. Thought he was going to be able to turn the corner and lock that one out. Not quite there, though. Juan is our next lifter, Juan Reardon. Successful today in the bench at 130. Also successful at 137.5. Going to be attempting 142.5. Start command given. Press command given. And rack it. Juan's had some good lifts. And he's still solid. 6 for 6 so far today. Always like to see that. We are just about finished with his first flight today. As you hear the call go out, no more changes to openers for the next flight. Usually means we are just about ready to get started there. Brand standard is up. He's had some good lifts today. Gonna get this one, I think. Just keep driving it. Push, push, push. Nice job. Hopefully refs will give him that. Judges give him that one. Nope, not quite. I didn't really see any movement there. But maybe there was some dipping. All right. Brandon is up now. Brandon had some decent squats earlier today. Also successful in his first bench attempt today at 142.5. Did fail at 155 last time. And he will now be attempting 155 again. Could not quite get that one. Something to work on for sure. Parker Ayers in now for our second, or I'm sorry, for his third attempt. He was looking at his second attempt. His first attempt successful at 137.5, also successful at 147.5. Will now be bumping that up 10 kilos to 157.5 for his final attempt. Broadcasting live from CrossFit MOB here in Thornton. It's been a great time out here this weekend. Thanks so much to everybody who's been in attendance and the folks watching online as well. Thank you very much for being a part of USA Powerlifting. All right, bar is unracked. Down, press command given, and rack it. Nice job for Parker. Still having a real good day today so far. Great job for Parker. All right, Elijah Kovac is next. Elijah's had a pretty good day today as well. Some big squats earlier. He's done well in the bench today as well, too. 147.5 kilos was his first attempt, and he was successful there. Also successful at 160. He will now be attempting 165 for his final bench. Not quite there. Just couldn't quite lock that one out. Overall, still a good day for him. All right, Jack is up next. Jack's had a pretty solid day so far. He was successful in the bench today at his opener, which is 102.5. Also successful at 190. And he is going to be attempting 195 kilos here. He's had a good solid day, squats and bench so far. Press command given. That's a good lift right there. From what we can see at this angle. Great job. All right, we are back now to the second flight. First lifts there. As we continue with the bench press competition section of the Colorado State Championships 2025 for USA Powerlifting. Bar is loaded now for Alex. Alex had a pretty good day today so far. See if he can continue with the bench. He will be attempting 100 kilos to start off with today. Down, press, and rack. Pretty matter of fact right there. Nice solid lifting there from Alex. Scott Edwards is our next competitor. Scott will be attempting 102.5 kilos today. Scott's under the bar. Just gonna get himself set. We'll watch his setup here. Feet set. Good arch there. Hips are on the bench. Command has been given. Press command, and he's got it. Rack it. Nice job. Good. Good lift for Scott. Great way to start off the bench today.
All right, we've got 2 attempts back to back at 175 kilos. Sean having a little rock.
Sean Flowerday is next. Sean's had a good day so far as well. I know I sound like a broken record, but really we've had a lot of folks having some good days here today. It's nice to see. Sean going to be attempting 107.5 kilos today.
Okay, shoulder UP 6 for 6.
Bars loaded for Sean. Again, he'll be attempting 107.5 kilos today. Racket. Good lift right there for Sean. Successful at 107.5. David Young is our next competitor. David going to be attempting same weight, 107.5 kilos, for his opener in the bench today. Bars loaded. Again, thank you so much to everybody out here who has come to see this event in person. They're an awful lot of fun, especially when the crowd gets hyped with some of those bigger weights and really getting behind certain lifters. It's a great time. So thank you to everybody who's made it out today. Press and rack. Nice lift for David Young. Jeremy Green is up with his first attempt today. He'll be attempting 115 kilos. Good press and rack command has been given. And, nope, little movement there, I believe. That one won't count. Jalen Khalib is our next competitor. Jalen had some struggles in the squat today, but finally managed to get that one right on his last attempt. He'll be attempting 120 kilos today. Nice lift right there. Already off to a better start in the bench today for Jalen. Great job. Preston Lee is our next competitor. Preston will be attempting 125. He's had some solid lifts today. We're broadcasting live from CrossFit Mob here in Thornton, Colorado for the state championships for USA Powerlifting. go, Preston.
75-kilo winner. Here we go.
Start command given. Press command given. Nice press right there. And rack. Good lift for Preston. Great job. Really solid right there.
Preston's got a good lift on the board. Now you may notice if you were in our earlier sessions with the masters lifters.
Tristan Falk is our next competitor. Tristan will be attempting 130 kilos.
Everything squared away. We'll get as close to the winner as we can. So if you hear those commands, bar is the winner for Tristan. John is on deck. Reese is in the hole. June is pulling up.
All right, Tristan is up now. His first attempt in the bench today. He's going to start off today at 130 kilos. Good lift for Tristan. John Morrill's next. His first attempt in the bench today. He will be attempting 132 kilos. Hips are down, he's all set. Press command given. And rack. 132.5 in the books for John. Reese Butler now with his first attempt. He'll be attempting 132.5. All right, good lift for Reese. Successful at 132.5. Jihoon up now. Jihoon has a big cheering section here for him too today. That's great. We love to see that. Love to see people come out and support their favorite lifters and powerlifting in general. He'll be attempting 142.5. Press and rack. Great job. Solid lift right there for Jeet. Noah Foreman is our next lifter. He will be attempting 150 kilos here for his first attempt. Right, bar is unracked. Start command given. And press command given. And rack. Nice job, Noah.
Back up, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for yourself for being here for our lifters.
All right, and the bar is loaded for Mario. He'll be attempting 155 kilos. Good lift for Mario.
Scott is up next. Sean's on deck. Alex Hayes is in the hold here, waiting.
Bar is loaded for Scott Edwards. He was successful in his first attempt at 102.5. He will now be attempting 110. Press command has been given. And rack. Sean Flowerday is next. Sean's had a good day today so far. Some good squats. And so far, not bad in the bench either. First attempt was at 107.5 and got that. He'll now be attempting 112.5. Bar is loaded. So he'll be attempting 112.5 kilos. And rack. Solid lift with Sean. All right, some more white lights for him. Excellent job. Alex Hayes is up now with his second attempt. Alex had a pretty solid day so far. He has been successful in the bench so far today at 100 kilos. Bumping this way up, though. This is a big jump, actually, for 115 kilos. But he did look good in his first attempt, so I'm not going to second guess him here. Maybe we just wanted to get on the board. Start command has been given. Down, press command, and he's got this one. Nice job. It's almost like he knows his own body, right, folks? Great job, Alex. Good lift. All right, Jeremy Green is up next. Jeremy struggled on his first attempt. He attempted 115 and did not get it. He will be attempting that weight now again. And again, as a reminder, if you're unfamiliar, if you do miss a weight, you cannot go lower than that weight. You have to either attempt that weight again or a higher weight. And that is what's going on right here. Jeremy attempting 115 kilos. Down, press command has been given. Looks like he's going to get this one here. I didn't see any movement. See what the judges have to say, and they're going to give him to him. Nice job. Good lift. Not quite there today for David. Jalen Khalib is up now. Jalen had mentioned it had a rough start in the squat today, but has kind of turned that around with his last squat attempt and looked real good in his first bench attempt today. So he was successful at 120. He's now moving that up to 122.5. Came off the chest a little bit before the press command anyway. I don't think that one's going to count. And, of course, they take it from him, so no, it won't. Preston Lee is our next competitor. Preston's best bench is 295. He's at 132.5 kilos here. So he is in the neighborhood here. He's a doctor currently in his first year of registry, as by the way, in a specialty called physical medicine and rehabilitation. Sounds pretty cool. Shout out to his fiance Tina and his sister Nina, his brother Dylan, sister-in-law Mary, his nieces Alice and Emmy, and all of his friends. Good lift for Preston. Nice job. He's coached by Brandon Dudley. Bar is loaded. Tristan's top bench is 137 kilos. This is 135, so he is 2.5 kilos from his best ever lift. Were he to get this one. Press command. Nice job. Very solid lift. He's been competing in powerlifting for about 2 years. He's been lifting regularly ever since high school. Got into it during high school sports, especially track and football. Yeah, of course. Wants to give a shout out to his beautiful wife, Jessie, and all of his nieces and nephews. John Morrow's next. John's been powerlifting for about 6 years. He goes to school at CU Denver. Wants to qualify for collegiate nationals today. He's had some good lifts. Successful at 132.5. Now it looks like he's going to be successful at 135. Nice job. Reese Butler up now. Reese's top bench is 315. He now has 140 kilos on the bar. That is 308, by the way, if you are checking at home. So he is very, very close to his PR. If he were to get this just about 7 pounds away, actually. Press, and he's got it. Excellent job. Good lift for Reese. Likes to build his own computers and work on cars. He also likes to play fighting games. Ji-hoon Choi is next. Popular man here. Makes a difference having folks cheer for you for sure. He has been successful today in the bench so far at 142.5. Now he's going to be attempting 147.5. Struggling with it. Good though. Nice lift. Great job. Moving on now to our next competitor, Mario Gonzalez. Mario's first attempt on the bench today was pretty good at 155. Very solid lift there. Going to be moving up now to 160. All right, bar is unracked for Mario. Press command give in and lock it out and rack it. Nice job. Good lift right there for Mario. He's had a solid day today. Noah Foreman is next. Noah Foreman was successful at 155, now attempting 162.5. All right, start command given, press command given, and rack it. 3 white lights for him. He's had a good day so far. Scott Edwards is our next competitor. Scott Edwards' third attempt of the day here. Last attempt to bench today. He was successful at 102, also successful at 110. Now going to be bumping this all the way up to 115. Press command given. He's going to struggle with this one. Is he going to get it? No, it's not going to happen tonight. It was a big jump for him. Almost paid off though. Sean Flowerday up now with his third attempt of the day. Sean was successful at 107.5, also successful at 112.5. He will be attempting 117.5 here. And lock it out, rack it. Good lift for Sean. Jeremy Green is next. Jeremy struggled in his first attempt at 115, but he got it right on the last attempt. He's now going to be pushing this one up to 117.5. Press. And rack it. Not quite there today for Jeremy Green. David Young up now. David Young successful at 107.5, failed at his last attempt at 115. Now going to be attempting 117.5. Bar is loaded for David. Down command given, press command given, and rack it. Good lift for David Young. Like to see him bounce back from a failed lift. Always like to see that. All right, Alex Hayes is in now for his final bench of the day. He was successful at 100 kilos, also successful at 115. Then, well, brings us to right now with his attempt at 120 kilos. Start command given. Press command given. He's going to struggle with this one, moving a little bit, but I think they're going to give this to him if he can rack it. It's a good, strong lift. Some of them aren't always so pretty, right? But technically, good, solid lift right there. Nice job. Having a good day today. Jalen Khalib is next. Jalen was successful at 120, struggled at 122.5, and he is going to attempt that weight again right here. Press command and rack. There we go. Nice job. Nice to see him back on track again. Moving on now to Preston Lee. Preston's had a good day. Dr. Lee, I guess I could say. Probably should say, actually. He was successful at 125, also successful at 132.5. He will now be attempting 137.5. All right, bars unracked. Touches the chest. Press and rack it. Good lift right there for Preston. Excellent job. 137.5 kilos for him. Tristan Falk is our next competitor. Good lift for Tristan. All right, here we go.
Not quite today.
Not quite there today. That's okay. Coming in with 135 kilos. Round of applause for John. All right, race it is your turn. Coming up here soon. At 2.5 kilos, get you up to 145. Junior on deck. Noah's in the hole.
All right. Reese Butler in now for his final bench. He was successful at 132.5, also successful at 140. And he will now be attempting 145 kilos. Press command given. Good press here. He's got to fight through this. He's got it, though. Great job. Excellent lift. Good job. 3 white lights for Reese. Great job.
All right, no more changes. Flight C. You are done making changes to your openers for your bench. He is on next.
Jihoon in now. Folks solidly behind him. His first lift was at 142.5, successful there, also successful at 147.5. And now attempting 157.5 for his final bench of the day. Bar comes down. Press, not going to happen today. Very disappointing, I'm sure, but he's had a great day so far. Has put in some good lifts. Has looked really solid. All right, we are now ready for Noah Foreman. Noah's looked good in the bench today. Started off at 155, also then moved on to 162. Successful in both of those. Now attempting 167.5 for his final bench press attempt of the day. Folks, thanks so much for joining us here today. I'm going to be stepping away from the microphone here in just a little bit. Head Judge Kristen, she's just a fantastic, very knowledgeable powerlifting competitor and judge, national judge, going to be taking over for me here in just a few minutes. I have had a blast here today and yesterday. Always a great time being a part of USA Powerlifting. The bar is unracked. Down. Press. He's going to fight through it. He's going to get it. Not quite there today. Just about ready to turn the corner on that one. Good lift, but unfortunately just could not quite do it. All right, Mario Gonzalez is our next competitor. Mario's had a really solid day as well. Looked good in the bench too. He started off at 155, was successful there, also successful at 160. Now bumping this all the way up to 170. 170 kilos on the bar for him. All right. Bars unracked. Start command given. Press command given for him. Not going to be there today. Not quite there. Maybe at 10 pounds, not quite there. But, I admire that. If you're feeling it, you want to see what you can do, give that one a shot. It just wasn't there today. All right, folks, you are watching USA Powerlifting Colorado State Championships. We're broadcasting live from CrossFit Mob here in Thornton, Colorado. I've been your host, Derek Stone. Thank you so much for joining me today and yesterday. Always a great pleasure to be a part of USA Powerlifting. Don't forget, if you'd like to be a part of USA Powerlifting, or if you'd like to see what's going on with us, where certain events are, or if you can help out, or if you want to compete, any of that stuff, you can find out what's going on with us. Best way to do that, go check out our website at usapowerlifting.com. You can also check out our Facebook page as well. All right, third and final flight of the day for the bench press. And of course, we still have the deadlift to come. First lift for Jesse Swan. Jesse's had a pretty good day today. And he's got great hair too, by the way. 115. Easy, just like that. Great lift. Great way to start off. All right, Andrew Trujillo is up now with his first attempt in the bench press. He will be attempting 120 kilos. All right, he's unracked it. He's got the start command. Press. Good press right there for Andrew. And rack it. One red light, but that one's going to count. Andrew has had a good day today. Had some really good squats earlier. If I recall right, I think I do. Steven Soto is next. He's going to give this first attempt. He's going to give it a shot at 127.5. Steven's had a pretty good day today as well. I know I sound like a broken record, folks, but we really haven't seen, we've seen a couple incidents of people struggling, but they've been able to right the ship, so to speak, on a lot of those. So it just goes to show about the grit and determination of some of these athletes. Also, some of the coaches just saying, hey, look, mistakes happen, things don't go your way 100% of the time, but to be able to bounce back to so many of those things and get back on the right track is a sign of perseverance as well. Great job right there for Steven. It's a good first attempt for him. Jackson Smith is next. Jackson is going to start his bench day today at 135 pounds. I'm sorry, 135 kilos. Bar is loaded. Jackson's had a good day. He's had some real solid squats. And don't forget, if you want to go back and revisit some of the lifts today, generally by the end of the weekend, you'll see the first, second days will be posted, and you can find those on our Facebook page. If you want to check those out again, you can do that. If you're a competitor and you actually want to see your lifts, that's a great way to do it as well. Jackson Smith, 3 white lights for him at 135 kilos. Reese Hubbard is our next competitor. He is going to be starting off at 142.5. .5 on the bar. Press command given. And rack. Solid lift right there for Reese. All right. He's got 1 red light there, but that is going to count. 2 white lights for Reese. Ian up next. Bar is loaded. He will be attempting 142.5 kilos for his first attempt today. $142.5 kilos for Ian, who's had a good day and is just going to add to it so far. 3 white lights for Ian. Muhammad is up next now. His first attempt. He will be starting off his bench press segment today here at 155 kilos. Bar is loaded for Muhammad. Press command given and rack. Great job. Good solid lift. All right, Nick is up next. Nick's first attempt will be at 160. Press and rack. Good lift for Nick. Slow and controlled the entire time. Joseph Konicki is next. Joseph's first attempt today will be at 165 kilos. Bar is loaded for Joseph. All right. Bar is unracked. Press command given and rack. Nice job. Sam Johnson is in next. Sam's first attempt at the bench today will be at 165 kilos. Bar is loaded for him. We'll check out his setup here if we can. Down, press, and rack. Good lift for Samuel. Successful at 165 kilos. All right, folks. I have really enjoyed my time here today, and I'm going to be stepping away from the microphone now. Up next, to finish the competition, will be head judge Kristen. She is fantastic, knows more about powerlifting than I ever will. She's a great judge. She will be carrying on through the rest of the competition. I do appreciate you joining us here today. And again, don't forget, you can find out everything you need to know about USA Powerlifting at usapowerlifting.com. Mondo is up now with his next attempt, which will be at 172.5, and he got it.
All right, we are back at the Colorado State Championships, and I apologize for my voice if I sound gruff. 2 days of baby powder has made me sound like I've been smoking for 40 years, so I apologize. Bar is being loaded for Jordan Weber. If you were watching earlier, his squat gave us a little bit of a scare, but he is perfectly healthy and uninjured. Thank you to our spotters and loaders. That looks like a good lift. We'll see what the referees say. 3 white lights for Jordan. Bar will be loaded for Kirill Stepanchik's opening attempt at 200 kilos, 441 pounds. And Kirill runs the Instagram page for USA Powerlifting Colorado. So if you are on Instagram and have any input for our page, Kirill would be your person for that. Easy opener for Kirill. And next up, we'll go to the top of the order. Next up for second attempts, we'll have Jesse Swan, followed by Andrew Trujillo, Steven Soto, and Reese Hubbard. And Jesse is perfect so far on the day, making all 3 of his squats and his first bench press. We'll see if he can keep it going. And head reffing is one of our newer referees in Colorado. That's Renee Van Fleet from Muscle and Mindset here in Denver. On the left, we have Rachel Everett in Fort Collins. And on the right, you can't see him, but Ruben Vigil, also from Fort Collins. All coach athletes in the state. They're giving several hours of their night tonight with this 42-person session, probably the largest session we've run in Colorado in many, many years. Another good lift for Jesse.
Number 3 weight line
We
for
will keep the
Jesse.
same weight on the bar for Andrew Trujillo.
Bar is also ready to go for Andrew, also taking
In this flight, we have all men 100 kilos and heavier.
Stop it now, jump. Hey, Stephen, love that.
Andrew is in our 140 kilo weight class, 308 pounds, benching 122.5 kilos. That is another good lift. We'll go up to 135 for Steven Soto's second attempt. Then we'll have Reese Hubbard, Jackson Smith, and Ian Gaxiola.
Jackson is double and Ian is horizontal. Bar is loaded for Steven.
All right, bar is loaded for Steven.
While your core reminder that jumping through a glide may break off. And a couple of seconds for our spotters and loaders who are doing their best to keep this meet moving smoothly.
And Steven is from Western Slope Strength and Power, all the way from Grand Junction.
Sticking with it away to the side and a great right first move.
Another good lift.
Our next lifter up, Jackson's on deck. Ian's in the hole and the bars for up. This will be another
Bar is being loaded for Reese Hubbard, followed by Jackson Smith and Ian Gaxiola. Bar's loaded for Reese. Reese is in our 110 kilo class, benching significantly over body weight at 145.
solid. You've chosen second attempt. The lift is good.
Good lift for Reese. We'll go up to 150 for Jackson Smith, followed by Ian, Mohammed Nashef, and Nick Culbertson.
Let's give him lots of height. This is quite a substantial jump for Jackson.
Bar's loaded for Jackson at 150 kilos, 331 pounds. Nope, not quite there. He has one more attempt at that. Looks like he might have relaxed at the bottom a little bit. We'll go up to 152 for Ian. Ian's coached by Joey Ho out of Rocky Mountain Flex Fitness in Denver, Colorado. Bar is loaded for Ian.
Taking 336 pounds for his second attempt. And giving us time to keep the jump while he's up there.
So his goal today is to bench over 340, and this is 153, which would be 154 kilos. So he will beat that on his third. He's just under his goal for the day of trying to probably bench 155. So he looks good for that. That was his only goal for the day, or primary.
Nick, you're on deck. Joseph is in the hole.
Bars being loaded for Muhammad Nashef. Then we will have Nick Culbertson, Joseph Konecki, and Samuel Johnson.
10 kilos for Omar. He's got this in the bag. The first one may be a little smooth, but just in case, let's help him out. Let's get behind Omar. Let's go!
Easy for Muhammad.
Solid attempt selection.
And that was a 10-kilo jump from his opener. Looks like he's still warming up. We'll go up to 167.5 for Nick. On deck, Joseph Konecki.
7.5 kilo jump. Joseph, you're on deck. Satan's in the hold. Armando, you are 4 out. Bar is loaded for Nick.
Bars loaded.
Here we go. Looks like his cheering squad is up past the right time. So, we got some work to do, guys. Let's go. You know what to do.
Elbows look a little soft. We'll see what the referees say.
Stay with it. Awesome job. Win it on canvas.
Oh, 3 white lights for Nick.
Is good.
We'll go to 170 for Joseph, followed by Samuel Johnson, and then Armando and Paul.
Patience. All right. Joseph is geared up to take 170 kilos for the spin. Then we've got Sam with a snatch on deck. Armando's in the hold. Paul's 4 out. Let's go, Joe. What do they say about powerlifting and team sport? With us and load or?
Nice wide stance. Some lifters will put their feet out wide like that to keep their butt from coming off the bench when they engage their glutes and push down with the floor. Sometimes your glutes can pop off the bench, but if you spread your feet wide like that, kind of helps to center the force a little bit, so you can stay on the bench.
Paul is in the hole and Joseph is 4 out.
All right, bar loaded for Samuel.
Is loaded. This is my favorite playlist here lately.
So there's a window here at the competition, and the lifters see me doing the live stream and are, I don't know, offering me Pepto-Bismol or something. Junior collegiate lifters are strange sometimes, but we love them. All right, bars being loaded for Armando. Then we will have, what's the lifting order? Paul McGinnis, Jordan Weber, and Kirill Stepanchik. We are down to our final 18 benches of the Colorado State Championships. Looks like a good lift for Armando. All right, we have 3 more lifts in flight in the second attempts, and then we'll go back up for our final benches of the weekend. Of Paul at 192.5, followed by Jordan at 200 kilos, and Kirill at 210.
Yeah, those 2 looked easy peasy, but let's still give them our love and our support anyway. Let's get ready. Bar is loaded for Paul.
So Paul sinks the bar, which can be helpful to help you sort of thrust the bar off your chest. But if you do it wrong, you can't get the bar to come to a complete stop. So he has certainly practiced that a little bit.
All right, the fan club is starting to approach up to the front. You know what that means. Here comes Jordan taking 200.
All right, we have 200 kilos, 441 pounds for Jordan Weber. His opener looked pretty easy.
Let's go, Jordan. Your bar is loaded.
All right, bar is loaded for Jordan.
Andrew, how are you? Let's roll out. Jordan, this time he's a steer step.
Another easy lift. We'll go up to for Kirill, and then Jesse, Andrew, and Steven Soto.
All right, here we go. Kirill is taking a swing at 210 kilos on the bar. Jesse, you're on deck for 36.
It's about 460 pounds, if I'm doing my mental math correctly.
Bar is loaded for Kirill. Weston with an in-your-face professional approach. For an in-your-face attempt from Kirill.
Easy second attempt. Very few of his lifts actually look very hard, but he sets PRs. That's the way you want to do it. Making it look easy. So we have Jesse, Andrew, Steven, and Reese.
Jesse's gonna lead us off with our third attempts here. These are the last bench presses UFC 2025 Colorado State Championship. Let's get it out, everybody!
Jesse is coached by Daniel Cardona.
Bar is loaded. Jesse. Andrew with a second attempt. These are Jesse.
And his best bench leading into this competition was only 120 kilos. So he beat that on his second, and this will be an increase on that PR by another 5 kilos.
Bars ready for our next lifter. And yes, if the voice sounds different, it is. We are playing musical chairs tonight, with some of our live stream announcers. My name is Kristen Taryn. I am a Category 2 international referee for USA Powerlifting. And we are here at the Colorado State Championships. Lifting right now is Andrew Trujillo. Good lift for Andrew, 3 white lights. So I will apologize in advance if I'm telling you things that the previous 2 announcers already said, but I like to try and educate the viewer on the rules, especially if there's an infraction. I will try to read the minds of the referee and tell you what the infraction was. Sometimes I won't always know. Sorry, I needed to take a sip of water there, so I left you for a quick sec. There are 3 commands in the bench. They are start, which she just said, press, and then if he'd got it, it would have been rack, but unfortunately he didn't get that lift. Next lifter is Reese Hubbard. All of our lifters this evening are going to be ages 20 to 39. Our junior men are age 20 to 23. Open men age 24 to 39. Anybody age 14 to 114 can lift in the open category, but only people age 24 to 39, their only option is open. And Reese almost had that locked out. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite get it to the end, but he'll get credit for 145 kilos. We do have some competitions coming up this year. Muscle and Mindset's doing a competition in March, I believe, but she's full up. But if you want to watch another competition, look on the USA Powerlifting calendar webpage, and you can get all of our Colorado competitions up in Wyoming. I think that we have some in Utah, some neighboring states, so we'd love to have you either go in person or watch on live streams when available. Jackson shakes that one off. Unfortunately, 150 just had his number today, but he'll get credit for 135. The lifters have a minute from the time they finish the lift to tell the scoring table, which you do not see on your screen, what their next lift is. And this is Ian, oh my gosh, Gasiola. I hope I'm saying that right. And oh no, we're getting too many missed lifts here. We got to get somebody who can actually get that lockout on top. Muhammad Nashif is next. I've been hearing people call him Omar, so I think he goes by Omar. I hope I'm not offending him by saying that. Bars loaded. Yep, I just heard someone call him Omar, so I'm going to say that's what he goes by. And he trains at Muscle and Mindset in Denver. He's only been powerlifting about a year. And we finally get somebody with 3 white lights for their third. Good job, Omar. Okay, next up is Nick Culbertson. Nick's best bench is 170 kilos, so this will be a PR for Nick when he gets this. And that's his goal for today's bench is PR his bench. So let's root him on here. Let's hope Nick gets this. Nice slow descent. Come on, Nick. Oh, no, he's not going to get it. But the slower and more in control the lifter brings the bar down, the quicker they're going to get their press command. So Nick got a pretty quick press command, but unfortunately just didn't have that today. But he'll get it at his next competition. Plus, he's a CPA, so he's probably pretty busy right now. I can't imagine he's got a lot of extra time to train. He wants to give a shout out to his 3-year-old son, Liam, who thinks he's the strongest person ever. And Nick puts in parentheses, I'm not, but he's the strongest person for his son, so that's all that matters. Joseph Konecki? Joseph's best bench is 167.5. So, he beat that on his second. So this is a second PR for him. He had a good start there, but yeah, he's shaking that one off. But he still has a PR at 170. So good job, Joseph. He wants to give a shout out to his incredible fiance, Jenna. She's watching from Nashville, hopefully. So hi, Jenna. Samuel Johnson is our next lifter. Bar is loaded for Sam. Gets the start command. Nope, not going to get that one. As soon as the bar starts coming back down, noticeably, the lifters should and can go ahead and take the bar. The chief ref should also call rack, which usually happens. That happens most of the time. So we've got 4 more bench presses before we'll take a 10-minute break, and then the deadlifts start. 42 lifters. A couple have actually withdrawn during the competition, so we have 40 lifters, I believe, each doing 3 deadlifts. So you'll see 120 deadlifts coming up in just about 15 minutes or so. Come on, Armando. Wow, that was a grind. Referees say good lift. Good job. That's how you grind out a third attempt. That was really good. Paul McGinnis is our next lifter, attempting 200 kilos, which is, I think, 444 pounds-ish. Let me see. I don't do math. Everything in USA Powerlifting is by kilos. But a lot of people train in gyms with pounds and have to use converters, which we have here. So, yep, 441 pounds. Paul is attempting for his third. And Paul's best bench is 192.4 kilos, 5 kilos, which he met on his second. So this will definitely be a PR for him. Oh, he's trying. Oh my gosh, he might get this. No, bar's going down a little bit. Well, we'll see what the referees say. I mean, I thought I saw a little bit of up and down movement on the bar, but. Oh, we beat the rack command. Oh, what a bummer after working so hard for that lift. So, yeah, three commands in the bench, start, press, rack, and you got to wait for them all. Basically, in the bench press, you don't do anything without somebody telling you, except taking it out of the rack to start with. Well, I'm so sorry, Paul. That really was a good grind.
207.5 kilos. Consistently
And his goal is to right the wrongs from Raw Nationals. Not sure what that is, but I hope he's so far met his goal. Paul wants to give a shout out to his Uncle Mike and Aunt Kelly in Placitas, New Mexico. Okay, our next lifter is Jordan Weber. Jordan's been part of our powerlifting community for several years. And I think he might have got that. Let's see. Good lift. Yep, 3 white lights. Good job, Jordan. All right, one last bench press for the competition, and that will be Kirill Stepanchuk. And I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Okay, bars loaded for Kirill. He's got quite a rooting section there for him. Oh, he's trying. He's trying really hard. Nope, bar's starting to come down. He shook it off. And spotters and loaders are working very hard today. We've had a lot of spotters and loaders come from the DU powerlifting team, and they have been great. So we would like to thank all of our volunteers today, everyone who's helped spot and load, everyone who's helped check in, done the merchandise table, referees. Everybody gives of their time, and hopefully everybody enjoys it and has a good time. And they're going to set up for the bench press, and then we'll start deadlift in about 10 minutes, and I'll be back. Good evening. I faked you out a little bit. I was a little too quick on or too late on putting the 10-minute clock on. We are about a minute out, actually. A little less than a minute from starting our deadlift portion of the weekend. Our last deadlift portion. This will actually be the 4th session that we do deadlifts. The deadlift is one command, and that's down. So as soon as the bar is loaded, the chief ref will call bars loaded. The lifter then will come out. They have 1 minute to start their lift. In theory, they could take 5 minutes to actually lift the bar. I've actually seen some pretty long pulls, but never 5 minutes. But they have, as long as they need, to pull the bar without the bar going down. The path has to remain going ascending. And then as soon as they lock out their knees, get their shoulders straight, they will get the down command. They have to lower the bar in control. And then they will get 3 white lights. Every lifter has to have 1 good lift for all 3 squat, bench, deadlift in order to get a total. And as we go through our 3rd attempts, I will try to remind you or tell you where the lifter is in their order, or where they might place potentially. But you can also follow along on liftingcast.com. Just go to liftingcast.com, and it might be a little delayed, but you can see where your lifter is in placement. You can see which refs gave which colors for no lift, and follow along. Find out where your lifter is in the order. And our first lifter is I don't have the names on the screen. I have to figure out how to do that. Give me 1 second. That is not it. That is not it either. I will find it. I promise. That is it. Yay! I found it. Okay. Kobe Sunardi is our next lifter. Looks like Reese made his deadlift. For some reason, it's not showing up on my screen, so I'm going to reboot. And the scoring table needs to change their clock to a minute. It's going 10 minutes, but they'll figure that out without me having to tell them. And Kobe gets 3 white lights. Good job, Kobe. Somebody recognized that the clock was still on 10, so they got that changed. Good job. Brandon is our next lifter. I'm not going to attempt his last name. Bars loaded for Brandon. And everybody has their own deadlift style of how they like to set up, how they like to approach the bar. Some people come out really fast and just pull. Some people take their time and psych themselves out to get the lift. And Brandon looks good. Yep, 3 white lights. I can't hear the down command from here, so I can't tell you about that. You may have noticed that the last couple lifters have not been wearing T-shirts. That is allowed for deadlift only for all lifters, male, female, whatever gender. The females have to wear a sports bra, which is kind of new in the rules. But essentially, just the singlet and knee socks. Knee socks are required in the deadlift. And Joe is our next lifter. Joe's had a pretty good day today. 3 white lights for Joe. Good job, Joe. Up next is Walton Nguyen. I hope I'm saying that right. I've heard this name said many different ways, so I hope I'm saying it the right way. Or I'll just say Walton. Walton is a CU powerlifter. We've had a lot of lifters today from different colleges, which is great. I think a lot of them are trying to qualify for collegiate nationals, which is the first weekend in April in Oklahoma City. I will be there refereeing. So I hope we can get a good Colorado contingent to show up. Walton has a pretty wide sumo stance. And I'm not, yep, he got the down command, so we got 3 white lights. His goal today is to qualify for collegiate nationals. I don't have those qualifying totals on me. If I can find them before the end of the day, I will let you know if he qualifies. Okay, Parker Ayers, I think. Parker has 3 white lights. Good job, Parker. Brian Standard is going to be our next lifter. Bar is loaded for Brian. Brian's been lifting for a long time, but this is his first competition. He got into it after realizing he didn't want to waste his genetics doing nothing. Three white lights. Good job. He wants to give a shout out to his grandparents, Bob and Linda, who've been a huge support for him as a man and as a lifter. So shout out to grandparents, Bob and Linda. Next up is Justin Four. I hope I'm saying these names right. Justin's been powerlifting for a couple years. He goes to the Colorado School of Mines. Okay, collegiate nationals. This good lift for Judson, sorry, I said his name incorrectly. I apologize. Christian Sinisalchi? Yeah, you're laughing at me, parents. I know you are. Christian's had a pretty good day. Alrighty, took him a minute to get his down command because I think he lost his balance a little bit. Yeah, the two side refs that gave him blues, so for up and down movement. So if you can see the circles on the screen, obviously you saw 2 reds, unless you're colorblind. And if you are colorblind, then the 2 side ones were red, and the center one was white. So the center ref gave a white, which means the center ref thought the lift was okay. The 2 side refs gave blues, which mean they saw some up and down movement of the bar before he got the down command. there are 3 colors that you will see. One will be red, one will be blue, and one will be yellow. In the deadlift, the red means the lifter did not stand erect and lock out. The blue can mean one of a couple of things, that the whole of the bar went up and down, or the lifter used their thighs to aid in the lift. And it does not look like Gabriel had any of those problems, and he did not. So good lift for Gabriel. Elijah's up. He's been powerlifting for 1.5 years. He is from Durango. And Elijah's a college student studying engineering. He's from Durango, so he must be going to Fort Lewis. Oh, wow. He builds water systems for remote villages in Africa. That's really cool. So he may not get that because of a little up and down. Yeah, some up and down movement of the bar. He'll have to come back and get that on his second. He will. Okay, Juan Reardon. Okay, Juan gets 3 white lights. Good job. So the last lifter of this first attempts for this flight is Jack Benjur. He's trying 270 kilos. Jack's goal is to qualify for Raw Nationals. He's a certified personal trainer, freelance musician, and stagehand for music events. Good lift for Jack. Back to the top of the order with the other Jack, Jack Margetts. Bars loaded for Jack. Jack went up 12.5 kilos, so 30-ish pounds, not quite 30 pounds. Jack's also a sumo stance lifter. And good lift for Jack. Good job. Kobe Sunardi. I'm guessing a lot of these lifters today are trying to qualify for collegiate nationals, and I wish them all the best. I hope they all qualify. Another wide stance sumo. He's double overhand though. That to me is super hard. He made it look pretty easy. Referees agree. 3 white lights. Good job, Kobe. Okay, Brandon is next. Brandon took a 10-kilo jump, which you can see from your screen. Oh, and I just noticed that the screen's going to show you the placement of the lifter and their projected, or their total so far, I think. So that makes life a lot easier. Yeah, Brandon's hit 500, so that's great. Okay, let's see what the referees say. Yep, 3 white lights. It looked to me like he kind of picked it up and then set it down for a quick sec, but I could be having optical illusions. It's been a long weekend. Okay, Joe Ericat is our next lifter. Joe's had a good day. He's only missed 1 lift so far. And he picks that up relatively easily. Let's see what the referees say. Yep, 3 white lights. Good job, Joe. Next up is Walter. And Walter wants to qualify for nationals, and he's projected to qualify on this lift, I think, if he makes this. If he's part of a team. They have different qualifying numbers if you're part of a team and if you are an individual. I'm assuming he's going to be part of the CU powerlifting team. And he's a software engineer studying at CU Denver. Bars loaded for Walton. I'm sorry if I keep saying Walter. I don't mean to do that. All right, Walton, this is going to get you into collegiate nationals, dude. Double overhand. Let's see what the referees say. Good left. So there's benefits to doing a sumo stance as opposed to conventional. Sumo stance, obviously the bar doesn't need to travel as far, but it is a little harder to get off the ground. Whereas the conventional stance is a little easier to get off the ground, but the bar has to travel farther. So it's, 6 one, half dozen the other. It just depends on what muscles in your legs feel like they're better suited for the stance. Bar is loaded for Parker. Parker has also had a good day. I'm not going to jinx him by saying what he's had so far. And good lift for Parker. And if Parker is trying to qualify for nationals, I think let me see here. He's close. He's not quite there yet. Actually, if he qualifies for a team, I think he qualifies for a team. If he's part of the team, he qualifies. Let me see. It's hard for me to read this on my phone, so I apologize if I'm getting this wrong. Yeah. He's good for a team. Individually, he's not quite there yet. Okay, Judson is our next lifter. Brian made his deadlift. Sorry if I missed that. Bar is loaded for Judson. His best deadlift is 545 pounds. Good lift. And that was 250 kilos. No. Yeah, 250 kilos, which is just under. That might have been a PR for him. Okay, Christian missed his. Oh, he had a little bit of up and down movement on his first, so hopefully he can come back and get this one. And he's attempting 562 pounds. Okay, he's holding on. No, oh gosh, no. Oh man, I sure hope he can come back and get his third on that. It really would be a shame for him to not get one of those. For a lifter to get a total, and if he's trying to qualify for any national competition, or even a regionals for that matter, you have to have a total. For regionals, I think you just have to have a pretty nominal total. For national competitions, the totals are pretty significant, but you can't get a total if you don't get at least one of each lift. So hopefully Christian will fix whatever is ailing him in getting that bar up so he can make that total. Gabriel Katz is at the bar now. Gabriel's attempting 573 pounds. Good lift. 3 white lights. And the spotters and loaders there are tightening up those plates because those plates get pretty loose when the lifters drop the bar. With so much weight, it's hard to not drop the bar somewhat with authority. And so the plates get a little loose, so it's important for them to tighten those back up so that the lifter gets the best bar path. Sometimes loose plates can make it harder to lift. So Juan is our next lifter at 584 pounds. He's also a CU boulder lifter. We have a good showing at CU Boulder and Denver today. We also had someone from Michigan earlier in the morning. That looks like a good lift. Let's see. Yep, 3 white lights. Good job, Juan. Next up is Elijah Kovac. Elijah is a college student studying engineering. He lives in Durango. He missed his first, had a little bit of up and down movement on the bar. Hopefully he can adjust and make this one stick. And Elijah is a spiritual person. He loves to talk to people about his faith. Okay, that one looked better than the first one. Let's see. Yep, 3 white lights. Good job, Elijah. All right. Jack Benjur is our next lifter. Jack had a kind of a rough start on his squat. Unfortunately, he had his costume, as we like to call it, I guess, had a couple things he had to fix. So he missed his first and I think got a little discombobulated, but then came right back and he's had a really good day ever since. So Jack's attempting 623 pounds, just under 623 pounds. Oh, and his best deadlift is 630, so this will be a PR for him. He wants to give a shout out to Will Snyder. And a shout out to Sam Hostetter. And he got that. Good job. And he wants to qualify for nationals, so let's see what that qualifying total is, see if he's going to make that. So Jack is 100-kilo lifter. So let's see. Raw Nationals. Junior is 382.5. That can't be right. That's got to be female. Yeah, that's female. Men's Raw Junior is 732.5, which he got. So he's qualified for the Junior Nationals for sure. So good job, Jack. And then if he wants to qualify for the Open, Men's Raw Open for 100 kilos is 765, which is not quite there, but that's his forecasted total. So on his third, he might qualify. All right, Jack's up. Jack Margette. This is our third attempt, so this is where the rubber meets the road. Good lift for Jack. Good job. Up next is Kobe. It looks like Jack should place second in his age and weight class. Bar is loaded for Kobe. That looked pretty easy. I think. Yeah. Oh no! What happened? No up and down movement of the bar. That's too bad. All right, Brandon is our next lifter. Bars loaded for Brandon. Brandon is looking to, yeah, he's going to get first place in his weight class. From CU Powerlifting. And Brandon looks good. Let's see. Yep, Good lift for Brandon. Good solid total of 520. So Brandon gets a total of 520 today. Good job, Brandon, and he will win his weight class as well. All right, Joe Ericat, and I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Joe is looking for a looks like over a 530 total, 530 kilos. Bars loaded. He's psyching himself out there. He's a little bit of a narrower sumo kind of hybrid, I think. No, I'm not going to get that one today. So Joe's going to get a total of 527.5, which is over 1,000 pounds. So Joe's lifted over 1,100 pounds today. So good job, Joe. And he will come in first in his weight class as well. Walter Nguyen is up. Walter has qualified for team nationals. Let me just make sure. Yeah, he's got a 505 total, which is the qualifying total for team collegiate nationals, I believe. So he's qualified for that. So good job, Walton. And this extra will just be icing on the cake. Looks pretty good. Let's see what the refs say. Yep, 2-1. It's majority rules in powerlifting, so the right ref thought he either used his thighs or had some up and down movement. I didn't see him use his thighs, so probably some up and down movement. So Walter then will get a 515 total for over 1,100 pounds. That's pretty impressive for somebody who weighs less than 67.5 kilos. And on the third deadlifts, the spotters and loaders have to clean the bar between every single lift. And that's required so that each lifter gets the best possible grip they can have. Bars loaded for Parker. And Parker had a stellar day today. Parker is very likely going to win his weight class. Let's see what refs say. Yep, 3 white lights. So Parker has a total of 647.5 kilos, which is over 1,400 pounds. Pretty amazing. And he will probably win his weight class. Judson is our next lifter. Bars loaded for Judson. His best deadlift is 545 pounds. And he beat that on his second, so this is just going to be another PR for Judson. Nope, not going to get that one, but good effort. Justin had a good day, and he'll have a total of 605 kilos, which is over 1,300 pounds. Judson will come in second in his weight class. And he's from Colorado School of Mines. Christian is our next lifter. Christian has to get this lift. So So hopefully everyone at home can cheer him on. I'm sure everyone in the room will cheer him on. Hopefully Christian has made whatever adjustments he needs to make so he can get this lift. Come on, Christian. Let's do it, bud. You can do it. You can do it. There you go, bud. Come on. There you go. There you go. Get it up. Get it up. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, he's trying so hard. Oh, that is such a bummer. He really was trying hard. Well, you know, I'm so sorry, but it's a learning experience, and I hope he had a good time. I hope he had a good day. Brian Standard is our next lifter. Brian took a really, I think, a pretty big chunk of a jump from his second to his third. So we'll see how he does. He might have done that just to figure go all out and see if he can qualify for nationals. I'm not sure if that's his goal or not. But Brian is attempting 260 kilos. Brian's best deadlift is 555 pounds. Not sure where that is in kilos, but he wants to give a shout out to his grandparents. Oh, and is coached by Parker in Mesa Fitness in Grand Junction. Parker is a big friend of the community, and he dropped that, but he will get credit for his 237.5. That was actually a really good effort for the huge jump he had. He got it off the floor, so got to give him some props for that. So good job, Brian. And this is his first meet, so I think he's doing pretty well for his first meet, so kudos to you. And Brian will come in third in his weight class. Gabriel Katz will be our next lifter. Gabriel is lifting for second place in his weight class. No, oh, he almost had that locked out. That was good effort, though. Really good effort for Gabriel. So he'll have a total of 625 kilos. All these guys are over 1,000 pounds, which is really amazing. Julian is our next lifter. I'm having a hard time finding Julian on my list here. Oh, because it's not Julian, it's Juan. Juan is our next lifter. So Juan is pulling for first place, which he already has that locked up for his weight class. And he's from CU Boulder. Yeah, that was like sitting down to dinner. That was super easy. Good job, Juan. So John will win his weight class for a 9-for-9 day. Good job, Juan. That's really amazing. It's lifters aspire to get 9 good lifts. That's how many they do: 3 squat, 3 bench, 3 deadlift. And so when a lifter says I went 9-for-9, that means they got all 9 of their lifts, and that's, I think, something every lifter aspires to. Although I like to say if you don't red light on your third, you're not trying hard enough. But I say that just to comfort myself. 9 for 9 is always a good thing. So good job, Juan, on that. Elijah Kovac is pulling for second place in his weight class. And he is a Durango resident going to the fort. And he had a pretty impressive second deadlift after missing his first, so hopefully he can get this third here. Double overhand, which is a really hard grip, I think, but not quite there today, but he did get his second, so he gets a total. And he is coming in second in his weight class, so good job, Elijah. All right, I think our last lifter for this flight is Jack Benger.
639 pounds. We got a trust flag all the way there. Our favorite Irish house leader's gonna take it home for us.
So we'll be going into flight B when Jack is done lifting. And bars loaded for Jack. And Jack already has first place wrapped up, but this pull will be for first place. His goal is to qualify for nationals, which I think he did. I think I checked that, and I think I saw that he did qualify. Yeah. And yeah, he's not too happy about that, is he? Good lift for Jack. And I believe he qualified for nationals, so good on you, bud. For the junior division, I don't think he might have actually qualified for the open. I'm not sure, but he definitely did for junior, so good job. He's been competing since January 2021. He wants to shout out Will Snyder and shout out Sam Hostetter. All right, we're at Flight B now. Sean Flowerday is going to be our first lifter. So they need to deload the bar to get it ready for our next flight because I'm sure they're not starting as heavy as we just finished. And most of these lifters are going to be open, so anywhere between the ages of 24 and 39. Jalen Caleb is our next lifter. Jalen's been around a long time. apologize. I took a little break there. I had to go talk to somebody really quick. I'm sure I missed a couple lifts there, but everyone has got their deadlifts in Flight B so far. Scott Edwards is our lifter up now. Scott wants to qualify for regionals and set 1 or 2 PRs. Not sure. I'm pretty sure he probably qualified for regionals. Regionals doesn't have a huge number, so by virtue of him getting a total, he probably did qualify. I don't know about the PRs. I hope he got them. Well, actually, we could probably find out. He PR'd his squat. He did not PR his bench. And he has PR'd his deadlift on his first. So he said he wanted 1 or 2, so he got 2. Good job, Scott. All right. Jeremy got his. Now we're on to Mario. Jeremy's been lifting about 3 years. Mario could not do a lifter bio, so I don't know. We send out lifter bios for all the lifters ahead of time to have them fill out so that we have something to say about them. Good lift for Mario. Some fill them out, some don't. And this competition was the first time we asked them what their favorite playlists songs are, what their favorite songs are to max out. And I will say this afternoon session filled 7 hours, almost 7 hours of all the music everybody recommended. So he had a brand new playlist for this afternoon. I hope the lifters enjoyed it because I procrastinated quite a bit in getting these playlists done for this weekend. But it was fun. Preston Lee. He says this is a tune-up meet to hopefully qualify for Raw Nationals. His last competition was Collegiate Nationals where he placed 13th. He's a doctor, currently finished his first year of residency with a specialty of physical medicine and rehabilitation. And he wants to give a shout out to his fiancée Tina, his sister Nina, his brother Dylan, sister-in-law Mary, his nieces Ellie and Emmy, and all of his friends. And Preston got that lift pretty easily. Tristan Falk is our next lifter. He just wants to have some fun and hit some PRs. He's been competing in powerlifting for about 2 years. He's a software engineer for Google. And he wants to give his shout out to his beautiful wife, Jessie, and all of his nieces and nephews. And his coach is Weston. Weston is a friend of Colorado USAPL Powerlifting. He's always giving of his time. That looked pretty good. 3 white lights. Good job, Tristan. Next lifter is Jihoon, sorry. Hope I'm saying that right. Good lift for Jihoon. Noah Foreman is our next lifter, and then John Morrell will be after him, and then we go back to the top of the order. Noah's been powerlifting for 5 years, and he's in physical therapy school at University of Colorado Anschutz. He wants to give a shout out to his best friend George. And he trains at Muscle and Mindset in Denver, another big good friend of Colorado Powerlifting. Amanda Pirro and her partner own a gym down in downtown Denver, and they put on competitions and always are volunteering and giving of their time as well. He's smiling. Thinks he got it. Yep, good 3 white lights. Good job, Noah. Next up is John Morrell. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. John wants to qualify for collegiate nationals. And he wants to give a shout out to all his family and friends. So let's see, John. Yeah, as long as he makes this lift, he will qualify for collegiate nationals as a team member. So as an individual, he has a little bit more room, but that was a pretty good lift, so I suspect he will do much more. So if he is on a team, he is qualified for nationals. If he's not on a team, he has a little more to go to qualify. I'm not sure what his plan is. Okay, we're back to the top of the order with Jalen. Jalen's been around for a while. He's coached by John Garofalo, who's also a good friend of Colorado Powerlifting. He has a lot of lifters that come to competitions. Ron competes in Masters himself. And bar is loaded for Jalen. Jalen's a conventional stance lifter. And you'll see he's got white on his legs. That's baby powder. 3 white lights. Good job, Jalen. That is so the bar can easily slide up the legs. But that is also why the spotters and loaders clean the bar periodically, and they have to in between every lift on the third attempts they are required to, just so that the lifters get a good grip, because they certainly don't want to be gripping baby powder. Sean Flowerday. He's been powerlifting for 3 years. Just finished his master's at Colorado State University. Wants to give a shout out to his mom and dad and Zach. And he trains at Elevate Barbell in Fort Collins, also a good friend of USA Powerlifting. Lift is good for Sean. Alex Hayes is up. Alex successfully completed a marathon last June. Would not recommend. I couldn't squat for weeks. Yeah, I hear ya. I did a half marathon in June and I lost 3 toenails. So yeah, I'm not doing those again. Bars loaded for Alex. Alex's goal for today was to not miss any lifts, and he's almost meeting that goal. He didn't quite get his third squat, but he's still having a really good day. Good lift for Alex. All right, David Young is our next lifter. David took a decent jump from his first. Bar is loaded for David. Oh, come on, David. Oh, hopefully he can come back and get that on his third. Next lifter is Rise Butler. He's been powerlifting about a year. He was a bodybuilder before that. He wants to give a shout out to his girlfriend, Amanda. His advice to a new lifter is bring baby powder. That's good advice. And I think Rise probably got that. Yep, good lift for Rise. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Jeremy Green is our next lifter. Jeremy's been powerlifting 3 years. He wants to send a shout out to his wife, Sophia, and their 2-year-old daughter, Olive. He won state championship in BMX as a kid. That's why I love powerlifting. There's so many different people from so many different walks of life, professions, ages. There's an 80-year-old man this morning who lifted for his first competition ever. It was really great. And Jeremy gets his lift. 3 white lights. Good job. Next up is Scott Edwards. And Scott's been powerlifting for about a year, but he's always been into lifting and sports. Oh, he owns a protein bar company called Elevated Gains. He makes Denver-based protein bars with 20 grams of protein that don't taste like shit. Sorry for any young ears. I'm going to have to find him because my rule on protein bars is never eat anything with less than 20 grams of protein. He wants to give a shout out to his parents, Liz and Rob, and my boy watching from Florida, Jay Gilly. And he got that lift, 3 white lights. Good job. What, he likes to play golf. All right, I'll have to go seek him out and find out what his company's called for the protein bars. Mario Gonzalez is our next lifter. No lift. I'm not sure. 3 different colors. So the left ref said no lockout. The center ref was a yellow. Could have been a number of things. And the right ref said blue, which is either up and down movement of the bar or using the thigh to aid in the lift. So hopefully he can come back and get that on his third. Preston Lee is up. And I checked while we were on other lifters, and his goal was to qualify for nationals, which he has done, I believe, if I'm checking the numbers correctly. His coach is Brandon Dudley. He was captain of his tennis team, and now he's decent at pickleball. And he got a good deadlift, so good job, Preston. Next lifter is Tristan Falk. And Tristan was a state champion sprinter in high school. And he could teach someone how to play guitar. His goals for today are have some fun and hit some PR. So I hope he had some fun. He did hit a PR on his bench. And he did hit a PR on his squat. So he's had 2 PRs so far today. So he's hit one of his goals. Good lift for Tristan. And that was a PR for him there. So he's PR'd all 3 lifts. Good job, Tristan. Okay, next up is Jihoon. Bars loaded for Jihoon. Good lift for Jihoon. Good job. Noah is our next lifter. Noah played collegiate tennis at college before taking up powerlifting. And he also wants to qualify for nationals. Let's see if he's going to qualify for nationals. Men's raw, and he's a 75. Open 665 is the total. And yeah, he should have that. So he should have qualified. He should be qualifying for nationals as well. So good job, Noah. And these next deadlifts are just for icing on the cake because he's already qualified. John is our next lifter. He wants to qualify for collegiate. I think we determined that he did. And he goes to CU Denver. He enjoys fishing, but powerlifting is his main hobby. John took a decent jump to his second. Let's see how he does here. I think he got that. Yep, he sure did. Good job, John. That was a pretty quick pull. Really nice. Okay, we're going back to the top of the order. We did have one lifter, Jalen, decide not to take his third, which is fine. He's still going to get his total. Okay, Sean is our next lifter. His best deadlift is 474 pounds. This deadlift he's going for is 457 pounds. He's staring that bar down. He's going to pull that sucker up. Oh, come on, Sean. Come on. Oh, a little bit too much for him today, but he gets credit for his 190. And I think he's still going to be first in his weight class, so not a bad day. He went 8 for 9, so good day. Next lifter is David Young. Bars loaded for David. And Sean will win his weight class as well. And David will get credit for his 192.5. Next lifter is Alex Hayes. Alex's best deadlift is 465 pounds. Alex is going for 474 really. Bars loaded for Alex. And good lift for Alex. Good job. Rise Butler is our next. Reese Butler. Sorry if I've been saying that wrong. Bars loaded for Reese. He's pulling for third place. His best deadlift is 450 pounds. And he is attempting for about 480, not quite 480. Oh, it looks like he's going to get it. Oh, he didn't lock out. The red card underneath the circle means he didn't lock out his knees or he wasn't erect. But he does want to give a shout out to his girlfriend Amanda. And Amanda, he did great today. And Reese will still maintain his third place finish, so he did a good job today. Mario Gonzalez is our next lifter. Mario is going to try 217.5 again to maintain his second place finish in the men's 90 kilo weight class. Nope, not going to get that. Our next lifter will be Scott Edwards. Scott's best deadlift is 230 kilos. I love it when people actually give me their kilos. So he should, in theory, get this because he's gotten 230 in the past. Bars loaded for Scott. Looks like a good pull. Let's see. that was a good lift. I might have given him a yellow card for not lowering it under control, but it wouldn't really matter in his placement. Jeremy Green is the next lifter. Jeremy does not have a coach. He trains at home. His best deadlift is 215, which he met on his second, so this will be a PR for him when he makes this. Bars loaded for Jeremy. Oh, he tried. He tried hard on that, but he's still going to get credit for 215. Preston Lee is our next lifter. As we've established, he's qualified for nationals. So this is, and, well, I'm not going to say it out loud. It's like saying Macbeth in the theater. I'll tell you what that means after this lift. Bars loaded for Preston. Preston's best deadlift is 545 pounds. And this will be a PR for him. Come on, Preston, lock it out, lock it out. I think he got that. He did. So what I meant by saying Macbeth in the movie theater is it's bad luck. And Preston was going for 9 for 9, and I didn't want to say that because that would be bad luck. But he got 9 for 9, so good job, Preston. And I believe he made some of his goals today to qualify for nationals. Tristan Falk is our next lifter. And Tristan is pulling for first place in his weight class. Tristan's best deadlift is 240 kilos, which he beat on his second. So this is another PR for him. All right, Tristan, come on. Just pull it up. Lock it out. Get those hips under you. I don't know if he got his hips underneath him. Let's see what the refs say. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't lock it out. So, I mean, I could tell from here. But that was still a really, really good effort. And he went 8 for 9. So, good job, Tristan. All right. Ji-Hoon Choi is our next lifter. Flight C will be starting here in a minute. But we got to have Jihoon do his lift, and I have to find him. Bars loaded. He's doing a pretty massive deadlift for his weight class, and he is pulling for first place. And he and John actually are fighting for that first place total. This is actually quite exciting. Okay, it looks like he got it. We'll see what the refs say. 3 white lights. So right now he's standing in first place, but John is pulling for first place total, or to beat him for the total. So we'll see what happens. Regardless, Jihoon's either going to get first or second. So good job. John wants to just give a shout out to his family and friends. And he just wants to qualify for collegiate nationals, which I'm pretty sure he did. So 672-pound deadlift, and he weighs like 190. Like, it's crazy, nuts. These guys are so strong and so conditioned. It's really great to see. 4 times his body weight he is attempting on this deadlift. Oh, he's not going to get it. So he's going to get second place in his weight class. But good effort. That was really a good effort. And I think we're going to start on Flight C, and I'm going to take a quick break while we do our first attempts, but I will be back in 2 or 3 minutes. So just bear with the not having comments for just a couple minutes, and I'll be right back. Okay, I apologize for being late. And I actually missed a lift in our last flight. I apologize for that. But we are here on Flight C with Nick. Steven Soto is up next. We've had all good lifts so far in this third flight of the night. It's our final deadlifts of the weekend. And good lift for Steven. Up next is Carol. Carol is attempting 245 kilos. And that looks like a good lift for Carol. Yep, good lift for Carol. Good job. Our next lifter is Samuel Johnson. Attempting same weight of 245. And that was a good lift for Samuel. Omar is our next lifter. He's been powerlifting about a year. He wants to give a shout out to his brother Hisham and his coach Sam Johnson. Omar's had a good day today, I think. Yeah, he's had a really good day. And he gets his first deadlift, so he's definitely on the board for a total. And Jackson Smith is our next lifter. Bars loaded for Jackson. That looked pretty easy for Jackson. And he gets 3 white lights, so good job, Jackson. Next lifter is Paul McGinnis. Paul McGinnis gave us a whole lot of songs to put in the playlist. He wants to PR his total, which is 727.5 kilos. And he's projected to beat that. So makes this deadlift, he will have hit that goal. And it looks like he made it. So, Paul, congratulations. I think you made your PR total. Good job. Armando's our next lifter. And I think he might go by Mando or Mondo. It's his first meet. So he's here to just have fun, meet dope people, and continue getting more exposure to the powerlifting world. Wants to give a shout out to his family and friends who are both here watching him in person and virtually. And 3 white lights for Mondo. Jordan Weber is our next lifter. Bars loaded for Jordan. Jordan helps out a lot at our competitions. Always gives back to the community. And I think he got that. Let's see. Yep, 3 white lights. Good job, Jordan. Okay, Joe Konecki, and I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Joseph, you are our next lifter. Good lift for Joe. Okay, we are going to go back to the top of the order with Andrew Trujillo. The lifting order changed a little bit from the first to second because Reese took a really big jump. So he's going to be, he was first on the first go around and he'll be third on this one. Which is, powerlifting does the round system as opposed to like weightlifting. They just go by the actual weight. So if somebody lifts 100 kilos 3 times in a row, then they go against after themselves if nobody else is also lifting that same weight. Whereas powerlifting, we do rounds. So everybody does one, and then everybody does their second, and everybody else does their third. Now it's increased incrementally in weight. So the person lifting the lightest will start, and then it'll go up from there. So the lifting order could potentially change. Okay, Andrew is attempting 207.5. Looked challenging, but not horrible. I think he'll get that. Yep, 3 weight lights. Good job, Andrew. Okay, Ian is our next lifter. Ian has been powerlifting at Iowa State. And he wants to give a shout out to the staff at Rocky Mountain Flex Fitness and his coach, Joey Ho. And he wants to hit a personal record on bench, which I don't know if he did. Let's see. Now he's just a little shy of hitting his goal on bench, unfortunately. But that deadlift looked pretty easy for Ian. Next up is Reese. So Reese took a pretty big jump from his first. That might have been strategy, who knows? Maybe that 185 just felt so good that he wanted to take a big jump. Bars loaded for Reese. That looked pretty good. Let's see. Refs say no, he didn't lock out at the top. It looked good from this angle, but I'm far away. I'm not sitting there. So Reese can come back and get that on his third. He just has to stand erect and lock out his knees. Steven Sato is next. And Steven took a 10-kilo jump. Conventional stance, getting loose there. Getting ready to pull up that weight. Yeah, no problems. It's like sitting down to dinner. Good lift. Okay, our next lifter is Nick. Nick has been competing a lot. I've seen him around the events quite a bit. And he's been powerlifting since 2019. So he heard about the 1,000-pound club from an article about Hugh Jackman training for a Wolverine movie and fell in love with the big three lifts. And he's a CPA. And wants to give a shout out to his son Liam. And he actually gives a really good tip. One of the things that we put on our athlete bios is, what advice would you give to someone competing for the first time? And he says, don't jump the rack commands and squat and bench. Better yet, don't even try to rack the weight because the spotters will do it for you. That's actually really true. That's such a great piece of advice. It's like, just don't move. And then once the spotters and loaders start moving the bar in for you, that's when you know you can do it. That's actually really good advice. Unless, of course, the spotters and loaders forget to rack it for you. Okay, Jesse Swan is our next lifter. And he's only been January is 2 years since he started. And he wants to give a shout out to his coach, Daniel Dak the Ripper Cardona, his fiance, and his friend, Fran. His family is beautiful. Oh, fine. Oh, okay, I didn't quite get this. So Dak, his fiance, and Jesse's friend, Fran, sorry. And then Jesse also wants to give a shout out to his family and beautiful girlfriend, Sam. Okay. Took me a minute to figure that out. Okay, Omar is our next lifter. He's been powerlifting about a year. He loves snowboarding, and he also does some martial arts. Looks like a good lift. We'll see what the refs say. Yep, 3 white lights. Good job. So we've got two more lifters at the same weight of 260. So they might just tighten it up so that the lifters all get a really good, tight plates on the sides. That makes the lift a little easier. Kirill will be our next lifter. Bars loaded for Kirill. And then Sam will be after him at the same weight. Lift is good for Kirill. Okay, Sam Johnson is our next lifter of the same weight. Makes things go a little bit faster when they don't have to be adding and pulling weights off the bar. Bar is loaded for Sam. Looks pretty good. I think he'll get that. Let's see what the refs say. Yep, 3 white lights. Good job. Jackson Smith is our next lifter with a 15-kilo jump. It's been an exciting weekend. We've had the biggest 2-day state meet that we've had in Colorado. I think close to 160 lifters-ish, 150 lifters. It's been a pretty great weekend. Thanks to Rachel and Jason for putting on these competitions. They do a great job. Well, the spotters and loaders are here on their own time, and they do a great job. They work really hard. Jackson just lifted up a lot of weight and made it look pretty easy. Okay, Mondo is our next lifter. It's his first meet, and he's doing really well. Bars loaded for Mondo. Mondo has a lot of baby powder on his legs, which is okay. It's allowed on deadlift. It helps the bar. Because the best, most efficient way to lift the bar is as close to your body as possible. And you can have the bar slide up your legs. And the best way to make that happen is with baby powder. You just can't use your legs to help the lift, meaning, well, some people call it hitching or ramping, which is not a thing. It's just using the thighs to aid in the lift. Baby powder is not the same. Okay, that was a good lift for Mondo. Jordan Weber is our next lifter. Bars loaded for Jordan. All right, Jordan's getting himself psyched out there to get this lift. I think he got that. Let's see what the refs say. Yep, 3 red lights. Good job, Jordan. Okay, up next is Paul McGinnis. And he's been lifting for about 4 years. Works in retail. Wants to give a shout out to Uncle Mike and Aunt Kelly in Placitas, New Mexico. His coach is Satcher Adams of 13 Performance in Augusta, Georgia. Oh, he made All-State for 2 years in choir. That's kind of cool. There's such a variety of people and careers and avocations here. It's really amazing. It's wonderful. He picks that up. Oh no, he just lost his grip on that. Bummer. Well, hopefully he can come back and get that. That was, I think, just maybe sweaty hands or just didn't have a good grip there. So hopefully he can come back and get that. Okay, Joseph Konecki, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering that, is our next lifter, last lifter of our second attempt deadlifts, and then we're on to our final attempts of the weekend. And Joe wants to give a shout out to his fiancee Jenna. He's been powerlifting about 8 years. His goal is to hit a PR total despite dealing with a recurring back pain injury and just have fun and put together a great meet. Well, he's doing pretty well, if you ask me. So hopefully he's met his PR total. Good lift. Good lift for Joe. All right, we're back to the top of the order with Andrew Trujillo. These will be our final deadlifts of the competition for our Colorado State Championships. It has been a great weekend with a lot of great lifting. We had an 80-year-old man this morning lift, a couple men in their 70s. Had some American records yesterday. I think we had an American record today. It's been some great lifting. And now that we're doing third deadlifts, the bar will be cleaned between every single attempt. So if there is any baby powder or gunky chalk on the bar, that'll get cleaned off. Okay, Andrew is there for his final attempt of 210. And Andrew will get third place. He had a good day. He went 7 for 9, so had a good day. Up, our next lifter is Reese Hubbard. Reese is in one of the more competitive weight classes this weekend, so he's probably not going to podium, but he's still having a good day. Bars loaded for Reese. Yeah, I think you might get that. I don't know. We'll see. Yep, 2-1. Good lift. Good job, Reese. Okay, Ian is our next lifter. Ian's best deadlift is 475 pounds. Ian Wait a minute, I'm having trouble finding Ian on here. Oh, because he's a junior lifter, that's why. Okay, I'm looking at where he is in his placement. Oh, I couldn't quite hold on to that. But Ian had a decent day, a total of 590 kilos. Our next lifter is Steven Soto. Bars loaded for Steven. And Steven's from the Western Slope, Grand Junction, Clifton area, coached by. I wasn't get that too bad. Hopefully, he'll come back and get that next time. Next up is Nick Culbertson. Nick's best deadlift is 277.5 kilos. So he's not quite there today. But he's still having a good day. And Nick says as far as he knows, he's the only person who's both run a 5K under 15 minutes and put up a powerlifting total over 1,500 pounds. Not at the same time. Yeah, that looked pretty easy there, Nick. Good job. Okay, next lifter is Jesse Swan. Jesse wants to shout out to his coach, Dak, his coach, Dak's fiance, and Jesse's friend, Fran. And Jesse also wants to give a shout out to his family, to his beautiful girlfriend, Sam. There are 2 fur babies at home, and to everyone that supports him. Bars loaded for Jesse. I think he locked that out. Let's see. Yep, good lift for Jesse. Good job. 8 for 9. Good job, Jesse. All right, Sam Johnson is our next lifter. Sam's pulling for second place in the men's raw 110 kilo weight class. Good lift for Sam. Muhammad is our next lifter. And I've just figured out we have our different cameras that I've not been using, so I'm sorry. We can watch the bar being loaded. Bar is loaded for Omar. Here he comes, walk it out. And Omar's best deadlift is 247.5. And he matched that on his first. So this is all just cake. He wants to give a shout out to his brother Hisham and his coach Sam Johnson. It looked like a pretty solid lift there. Lift is good. Good job, Omar. Okay, our next lifter is Kirill. Kirill, sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. And Kirill is pulling for first place in his weight class. Bar is loaded for Kirill. Kirill's coached by Weston, it looks like. Weston is a good friend of Colorado Powerlifting and powerlifting in general. Looks like a good lift for Kirill. Yep, 2-1. The left ref didn't think he locked out. Okay, our next lifter is Mondo. Mondo is pulling for second place in his weight class. You can kind of see how the sausage is made in the back there. Okay, bars loaded for Mondo, looks like. Yep, here he comes. His best deadlift is 280 kilos. And he made that on his second, so this will be a PR for him. Looks actually pretty easy, or he made it look easy. I'm sure it wasn't. 2-1. Right, left, didn't think he locked up. Good job, Mondo. Wants to shout out his family and friends. Okay, Jackson Smith is our next lifter. Jackson is pulling for fourth place in the men's raw. I think that was pretty good. He bobbled a little at the top, but I don't know if the refs would have seen that from the. Oh, yeah, he didn't lock out. Well, I thought that was a pretty decent pull. He tried really hard on that one, but he'll come back and get that at his next competition. Hopefully, he'll come back. Our next lifter is Paul. And Paul is pulling for first place. He's already wrapped up first place, but this pull will just give him a little extra. His best deadlift is 272.5 kilos. Which he is attempting more than that here, obviously, 292. So I think he just kind of lost his grip on it on his second. I think he can get this. He just has to get a real good grip on it. There's a little trick on wrist straps in deadlifts. If you put wrist straps on really, really tight, it kind of forces your hand to clutch. And that's sometimes a good thing for deadlifters to do. Unfortunately, that didn't work for Paul on this one, but he'll still win his weight class and he'll still get credit for 265 kilo deadlift. So good job, Paul. Jordan Weber. Okay, Jordan is, I guess, trying to qualify for nationals. And this is a second place pole for him. Come on, Jordan. Come on. Oh, no, he's not going to get it. He really tried hard on that one, too. But he'll get credit for his 290, and he's still going to come in second in this weight class. Joe is our next lifter. Joe is already wrapped up first place for his weight class. And Joe's best deadlift is 317 and a half. So he's winning his weight class and not even hitting PRs. So he probably has a lot more in him. Looks like a pretty strong pull. Let's see what the refs say. Yep, 3 white lights. Good job, Joe. Pulling for first place. Maybe even a nationals. I'm not sure if that qualifies or not. I don't have all the national numbers in front of me. I think that is all. So I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you for listening today. And we will see you at our next competition. Rachel and Jason are putting one on at Branch Warren May 3rd. I think May 2nd or 3rd. It's the first weekend of May, Saturday. And then Ruben Vigil is putting one on in Fort Collins first in July. I'm not sure exactly when. Please go to our USA Powerlifting website and check out our calendar. And we hope to see you back here soon.